Yo, what up, everybody? I don't know why they used this photo when I was like ultra bulked. A little annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have a dumb debate. I think this guy's gonna just fucking troll me. Um, this dude's position is that we should have free market capitalism with absolutely no restrictions. So that means no monopoly busting, no construction code, so you can build a building any way you want. No departments like DOT that give restrictions on vehicles, like, you have to have a front rear bumper. There has to be certain safety features, crap like that. Um, so yeah, just I don't think he's being serious. I've seen some of the Discord debates in the server. There's people who come on who just have like the most ridiculous, insane positions, and I don't know if they do it deliberately to troll or if they're just testing some philosophical theories, and then they quickly realize it's stupid, but they run with it anyway just to fuck with people. God. Oh, this is gonna be fucking stupid. Dude, I can barely fucking eat too. I have to finish a bowl of tofu, and I haven't even eaten all day, and I just feel stuffed. Fuck me. Is anybody doing shit in the server right now? Oh my god, they have communists in here. So many people with such stupid fucking ideas.
Connotation that comes with Christianity is that you should be trying to spread your belief system as much as possible. Like that is like one of the big goals, right?
That's just evangelizing. That's not necessarily nationalism.
Yeah, but it would directly lead to nationalism because let's see.
No, wait, that's not nationalism. Nationalism itself would be the promotion of the nation state. You could have Christian internationalism where you're trying to prioritize the global Christian community. It doesn't necessarily lead to the promotion of a nation.
There's nothing within Christianity that demands you create a Christian
Yeah.
nation state, forcing people to be Christian, or they get some sort of penalty under law, like imprisonment, fines, extradition, like or deportation. So no, that doesn't logically follow.
I don't think
You're
evangelizing necessarily means a state.
sure. But like, are you still disagreeing with the premise that like it wouldn't lead to nationalism, um, like more compared to a secular belief
Yeah, I actually
or
do disagree
society?
with that. I think that I don't think it's. I think that's a really hard thing to measure, right? In any
Yeah,
meaningful way.
sure.
But I think a lot of the foundations of nationalism. I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert on it. I've not read about it currently. Are based on it on a secular foundation a lot of the time. I don't think it necessarily needs to. It leads to it inherently. I'm just saying that is a lot of the time you get the nation becoming the most important thing, right? You take powers away from the church, and in some cases you don't, right? I think I'd probably call wasn't Franco a nationalist, and he had a large Catholic sort of base. It's not necessarily inherent. I just think it can.
I don't know if you could really based on historical precedents, argue that theism more likely leads to nationalism. Because, I mean, like, especially in the 20th century, like the rise of communism, those were certainly nationalist movements. But at the same time, you also had fascism that was strongly tied to theism. So, you know, the Nazi Party, shit like that.
What's up, Vegan Games, by the way? Nice to see you here, man.
Yeah, what up?
Looking forward- Are you looking forward to the discussion tonight?
No, I think it's gonna be fucking retarded. Like, the guy's position is so fucking stupid. I don't think he's genuinely being
Well-
serious.
What is it?
He's arguing that free market capitalism is best for society, and he defines free market capitalism as like true free market capitalism, so absolutely zero market restrictions. So that would include no monopoly busting. So
Oh,
if
I
a
see.
corporation creates a monopoly, that's totally fine. So he's clearly in favor of systems that lead to like feudalism, peasant class, serfs,
Who are we talking about?
some dipshit I'm gonna debate in about 12 minutes.
Oh. Is he like one of those Hopi libertarians? Because like is his name Hopi? Hopi like directly says essentially that feudalism was better than democracy or liberal democracy as we have it today. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, he says that. All of them say that, including like fucking communists on the exact opposite side of the political spectrum. But do you see any of them fucking moving to China or Russia or Cuba? No. They just like to say those things.
Oh, you do. Nick Land moved to China and likes China as a mode of like accelerationist capitalism.
Well, there are true fucktards that exist, apparently.
There are.
Oh, I don't know if anybody ever brought this up to you, Vegan Game. I have pretty good ties with the vegan world. If you ever wanted to do like a debate or event over there, they have about 48,000 members on that server.
Somebody
And they're-
invited me to that Discord, and for some reason I'm having trouble joining. I think there's some like thing that I have to do, but it's not letting me into the server. I think it says like I have to verify something.
Okay. I can probably get that sorted out for you if you just give me a few moments.
Sure.
Did you get did Taco try to contact Jordan Peterson yet to see if you guys can link up to debate?
Does he have a line to Jordan Peterson?
No, I don't know if he does or not. I just know that you mentioned that was your ideal debate partner if
Yeah, I
you were
fucking
to
hate
do a
that
new future
jackass.
debate.
That pussy would run immediately the first whiff of trouble he sees. I think you're being rather rude, and I have to go.
The funniest one is when he's like crying about communism, like it's just pure
He
communism.
cries about
I can't
everything.
remember.
He cries about fucking Pinocchio. That guy's just a fucking joke. Like, even if his own daughter doesn't take his stupid ass advice. Yeah, he was saying that even if you're in a bad marriage, you should just stay in the bad marriage. And then his daughter took that advice, and then she said, yeah, my dad's advice was bad. I should have left. Like, even she doesn't listen to his stupid ass. He also cries about fucking trannies, especially if they're female to male for some reason. The guy's just a complete fucking joke.
He cries a lot.
Yeah.
He's a crybaby.
I love how he's like a male role model, some fucking old skinny bitch who doesn't even fucking lift. He cries at everything. Like even children's movies like Pinocchio.
I think men should be like more emotionally open, but I do think he's a joke.
He doesn't know shit. Like all the topics he discusses, like, he literally doesn't know shit. It's like a fucking 7th grader's understanding of, like, at best, of every
I was
topic.
I was like on the edge of my seat, like infuriated when he debated, quote unquote, debated Zizek. I don't even know why Zizek even agreed to do that. It was so embarrassing.
He even got wrecked by Dillahunty, and Dillahunty's not a particularly good debater.
Really, I like Dillahunty. I think Dillahunty is like one of my favorite like anti-apologists, or like.
Well, he's not
You know what I mean?
actually a good debater. It's just that the people that he debates are complete fucking delusional whack jobs, so he ends up looking smart, but literally any other fucking topic, he's just an absolute moron.
Well, okay, who is your favorite like anti-apologist then? Because like I like Dillahunty as for that figure.
Sam Harris, as far as I know, is probably the best anti-apologist.
Yeah. Oh, I read his letters to a Christian nation when I was in high school. I appreciated
Liam
it.
named James Molina. You know, we recently had a capstone project.
I've got to get going, though. Debate's in a few minutes, but take care.
No worries.
And specking of fucktards VG.
Let me see, Dodo.
The mayor of Miami Beach is now trying to shut down a non-profit cinema because they showed an Oscar-winning documentary that he's apparently not a big fan of.
Here we go.
Now, for context, the documentary is titled No Other Land. It was made by 2 Israeli and 2 Palestinian filmmakers, and it profiles the Israeli demolition of Palestinian homes in the West Bank. So you could probably start to figure out why he had a problem with this particular documentary.
The funny thing is, these probably aren't even Palestinian homes. These are probably Israeli homes that ended up getting, like, technically repossessed by Jordan. And then a bunch of Palestinian families started squatting in them. And then later they just got bulldozed because they never owned the fucking property to begin with. So stupid.
Also, once again, the reason Jordan Peterson Chris at Pinocchio is because he wants to be a real boy.
You know, it's kind of strange. He promotes a film like Pinocchio, where a puppet tries his best to become a real boy. So, like, trans puppet boy. But then he has a problem when people try to, like, do whatever they can to change their identity from, like, male to female or female to male. But for some reason, he thinks Pinocchio, which literally is a film about, like, trans identities, he thinks that's, like, brilliant. Never even thought about it that way. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The mayor is Stephen Miner. He introduced a resolution to revoke the lease under which O Cinema rents the space they use. He described the film as a, quote, false, one-sided propaganda attack on the Jewish people that is not consistent with the values of our city and residents. Well, first of all, maybe it's false and maybe it's propaganda, but it's not one-sided. It was made by 2 Israeli and 2 Palestinian filmmakers, kind of by...
I don't know how that means it's not one-sided. These could be Israelis that are anti-Israeli. Like, if you saw some fucking racist film about how, like, black people are degenerate and it supports white nationalism, and you find out one of the directors is black, does that make the film not one-sided? Like, what the fuck does it matter what the ethnic identity of the fucking filmmakers is? It doesn't make it not one-sided, you retard.
By definition, it has the input of both sides, buddy. I'm sorry if that's inconvenient to you.
No, it doesn't. That's assuming you have pro-Zionists on one side. They may not be pro-Zionist.
Anyway, the founder of that cinema said that the threat of losing its physical location in Miami Beach was, quote, very grave, and we take it very seriously. At the time, I think that's supposed to be at the same time, we take very seriously our responsibility as a cultural organization that presents works that are engaging and thought-provoking and that foster dialogue. And we take very seriously our responsibility to do that without interference of government. By the way, there's journalists that are profiled in this documentary. One of them, Yuval Abraham, he appears in it quite often. He condemned the mayor's attack and took issue with the description of the documentary as being egregiously anti-Semitic. He said in an email, when the mayor uses the word...
I have no idea if the film is or is not anti-Semitic. I haven't seen it, but I mean, considering the whole political landscape, very high probability it is. And again, like, the situation in the West Bank is fucking ridiculous. Like, everybody lies about it. All that bullshit about how, oh, they're stealing Palestinian homes. They're not even Palestinian homes. They were legally owned by Jews. And then when Jordan went to war with Israel, they ended up taking control of the West Bank. Israelis couldn't go there to the property they fucking owned. And now, since the West Bank is technically annexed by Israel, some Israelis can take their fucking property back. And then everybody fucking lies about it. Like, so yeah, I have no idea if that's the situation in the film, but I mean, like, get fucked. Whatever, Young Turks are a bunch of fucktards. Alright, let's try to join this thing.
Hey, Vegan Gains.
Hey, what up?
Doing all right. I just need like 2-3 minutes and then we'll go live. I'm just setting up everything right now, getting all the announcements ready.
Yeah, it's fine.
Having a good day so far?
Yeah, I had a good workout, adjusted the valves, and changed the oil on my sidecar. So relatively productive.
Sounds like a good day so far then. All right, just so you guys know, when I'm saying affirmative, I'm going to be talking.
Okay.
Sorry, my office is being invaded. He's playing games that are too old for him, and he doesn't know how to do stuff and wants us to always play the game for him.
What, your kid?
Yeah.
How old is
He's
he?
a big fan of Goat game. He's 4 almost, and he's a big fan of the Goat game, but doesn't know how to play the Goat game yet.
You mean Goat Simulator?
Yeah.
I remember I was playing Mortal Kombat at that age.
Yeah, we're not going to let him do that, but Goat Simulator seems to be okay. Seems to not be too serious.
You should raise him like I was raised. Have him watch the Death Wish movies, Conan the Barbarian, RoboCop, play Mortal Kombat.
Maybe in a few years.
My parents just didn't give a fuck what I watched when I was a kid.
You can get him a copy of Chex Quest on Steam. That's free.
Oh yeah, and I also played Doom.
I definitely have some limits on what he can do.
Oh yeah, the old was it Star Wars Dark Forces games are good. 1 and 2, and then there's also Jedi Knight 2. That's also good. They have there's a Jedi Knight and Jedi Academy bundle game on available for Switch.
Okay, let me know when you guys are ready, and we'll start about 30 seconds after that.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Perfect. You setting all my timers and everything? Sorry, I have like 5,000 windows I have to open to run these, so. And I don't think we're gonna go. You guys saw the clarification and clock draining rolls. I don't think we're gonna have to use those. Those are more for preceptors. I assume y'all are gonna be more. Both of you have been engaging very honestly all the times I've heard y'all. I don't think we'll have to use those, so I'm not going to read those out, but I assume y'all both read those. So if we need a bunch of clarifications and it's just draining time, obviously we can pull out those clarification and draining the clock rules, but I doubt we'll have to use them with you too. I just have those there to be inclusive of people that decide to debate like that, you know. All right, we're going to go ahead and go live now. This should take about 10 seconds and then it should start filling up.
I see it.
All right, guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today for this fun debate. We have two awesome debaters here, Vegan Gains and 8-Bit. They'll be debating, is free market capitalism best for society? 8-Bit is taking the affirmative, so he's going to start with the introduction, and then Vegan Gains is taking the negative, so he's going to be the one closing out the debate today. With that being said, there's going to be a format we'll go over in just a second. Since everybody is here, though, let's go ahead and get some plugs on your channels. And 8-Bit, if you have a link, make sure you post it in the chat that I'm opening up right now for this. Everybody in the audience, there's going to be a text chat open here in about 2 seconds for you to post anything you want in there. And go ahead and post your link in there. I'll get both your links posted in there in just a second as well. I have both your links on my YouTube, although it probably broke the second I went live, as it does every single time. So I'll get those fixed at some point during the debate, not too long from now. But we have Vegan Gains and 8-Bit. Since 8-Bit's taking the affirmative, why don't you introduce yourself, the position you're taking today, and then we'll have Vegan Gains go after you.
Let's see. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm 8-Bit, an atheist and also an anarcho-capitalist. Let's see. My position is that free markets are best for society, totally unregulated, no government oversight. And I believe that because free markets are the epitome of individual rights and freedom. And some people have certain ideas about what free markets are, and so to that I'd say free markets only really occur when all parties of a transaction are participating voluntarily. And if at any point coercion is involved, as a matter of definition, it ceases to be a free market. It's not a free market.
Gotcha.
So
remember, this is just stating your position and introducing yourself. So we'll do the actual 10-minute intros here in a moment.
Right. Okay. So okay.
Cool. And then Vegan Gains, you want to? I'm sure everybody knows who you are, but would like to introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, I'm Vegan Gains. I'm a vegan activist. I'm Vegan Gains on YouTube, obviously. I don't know if I could fall into any particular political category. I'd just say that I'm not retarded. So my position is that we do want to have as free a market as possible with the interest of allowing personal rights, freedoms, liberties, while minimizing potential harms, which would include things like corporations just becoming too large and powerful and creating a peasant class, and there are new unquestioned lords and masters, massive income disparity, stuff like that. So I do think we need a market that is somewhat free but with restrictions. Am I supposed to go on for like another?
We'll
bit
do
about
our
my
full 10-minute
position?
introductions here in a moment. I just wanted to get basic introductions so everybody understands where both of y'all are coming, and then in that introduction, you'll clarify everything.
All right.
Perfect. Now, today, the debate format is a very fair debate format. There's going to be an affirmative introduction and a negative. The affirmative is going to be 10 minutes, and so will the negative introduction. And then there's going to be a cross-exam on both sides. This will be 30 minutes each. We plan for about 20 to 30 minutes of audience questions. The audience questions are for you two to get ammunition for the closing statements. Although we can go longer on the audience questions if you want. We usually also have an after discussion as well. And so after the debate, this room will be left open for a little bit, and we'll pull up everybody on the audience to chat. You guys can leave after the debate if you want, or you can hang out in the room if you like and chat with the audience as well. Totally up to you. And then obviously the closings are going to be about 5 minutes each. They will be 5 minutes each. The affirmative is going to do the first closing, and then the negative will do the final closing. So the affirmative is going to start the debate, which will be 8-bit, and then the negative will close the debate. The topic, once again, is free market capitalism, best for society. I did message both of you the guidelines. The guidelines are pretty simple. There's no over talking during the introduction and closing statements. That's 100% their time. The cross-examination rules, you can reclaim your allotted time during the cross-exam if the discussion begins to stray off topic. Just say, I want my time back, I'm reclaiming my time, something like that. And then you regain control. You are in full control over your cross-exam. Please try to keep it on topic. With that being said, if you're the debater that is answering questions in the cross-exam, please don't go off on unrelated topics. Try to answer the questions they're asking pretty directly, that type of thing. Only the debater whose turn it is in the cross-exam should be asking questions. It's okay to ask a clarification question here and there. Just please be respectful of your debater's time. We're not enemies here. We're trying to all figure out everything together, right? And so just remember, we're not enemies. We're having a productive debate. When a question is posed, respond directly and concisely. And once again, try not to ask a bunch of questions outside of your designated turn. There are some clarification clock trading rules. I don't think those will have to be used here. The audience questions, although you guys do have those in your DMs if we do have to use those, but I doubt they will be. Audience questions are not time for another cross-exam. It's okay to ask for some additional clarification if you don't understand what they're saying, but let's not have another cross-exam engaged during the audience question portion. That's more for the audience members and you guys to get some ammo for the closing statements. And let's try to keep the audience questions on topic as well. You can always refuse to answer a question from the audience questions. If a debater is asked a question during this time from an audience member and the other debater wants to jump in and get clarification, that's fine. But once again, not a second cross-exam. Also, if you want me to remove an audience member from the stage during the audience Q&A portion, just say, hey, I don't want to answer that. Let's remove them, that type of thing, right? Totally up to you. This is your time. Interruption etiquette, let's keep interruptions to a minimum. Or if you do have to interrupt, let's be polite about it. May I interrupt? Do you mind if I jump in? May I provide input? Just be polite, right? Once again, we're not enemies. Let's try to engage respectfully here. Continuous interruptions or over talking may lead to the use of moderation tools to ensure fairness. My goal is to protect the speaking time of both the affirmative and the negative sides. I'm going to try to remain an unbiased moderator throughout this debate. We usually go longer, as I mentioned, on the audience questions. So we'll go by what y'all want to do there. Take them as long as y'all are cool with that. Whenever y'all are ready, let me know, and I'll start the timer for the affirmative. You're going to have 10 minutes for your introduction, and that's going to be you, 8-bit.
Alrighty.
I'm starting your timer right now. You have 10 minutes starting now.
All right. So my position is that society is able to best flourish when each individual is free to exercise their will through the pursuit of their own rational self-interest. Since every individual has their own unique set of values, needs, desires, what have you, Only they can best determine what actions they can take to best reach their ends. And left to their own devices, like without the state or what have you to regulate them, the tendency is for the individual is to pursue rational self-interest. The individual will seek the path they believe will best lead them to a long-term survival and prosperity, and not necessarily a short-term immediate gratification. Because we have the drive to live and survive, so it's going to be better to try to seek sustainable activities, long-term sustainable activities. So a rational actor will recognize their long-term interests that are best served by creating value, respecting the rights of others, and forming mutually beneficial relationships. Planned economies, on the other hand, such as those in socialist and even mixed economies, such as we have here in the U.S., will ultimately lead to failure due to compounding inefficiencies that are inherent to those systems. Some of those inefficiencies include the knowledge problem, where central planners they lack all the localized and specialized knowledge that millions of independent individuals acting of their own accord can have, like on a local scale, for example. So they're unable to account for local needs. There's also the price calculation problem, where without emergent prices to indicate where consumer demand is focused, there's no way to determine where to most efficiently allocate resources. Prices tend to be what's the term? Stifled by programs like price caps, for example. There's the incentive problem, where central planners are rewarded for meeting numerical targets that are centrally determined and not necessarily consumer needs. There's typically innovation deficits, where the central planners have little incentive to innovate or take any risks, as in order to do so, they need bureaucratic approval, and failures tends to be punished. There's also resource misallocation. Without price signals, resources tend to flow to politically beneficial needs rather than what the most productive outlet is going to be. Gray and black markets are another thing. The state's inefficient official allocation tends to incentivize the formation of illegal parallel markets that operate outside of the law. And black markets in particular operate by immoral means. This is things like gangs, cartels, people who are willing to kill people and whatnot. There's also corruption, rent seeking. Concentration of economic decision-making power creates opportunities for corruption and political favoritism, such as the big corpos that tend to be the target of a lot of ire. Misinformation is another issue. State agents, in order to create the appearance of meeting targets to avoid punishment, will manipulate data, further obfuscating problems. My intent here is to convince everyone that socialists are the creationists of economics, and those who advocate for mixed economies are more like the creationists who say, well, I believe in adaptation or microevolution, but not macroevolution. So yeah.
Are you speaking the rest of your time? Perfect.
Yes. Yep.
Vegan Gains, let me know whenever you're ready, and I'll start your 10-minute timer.
I'm ready.
Perfect. I'm starting it now. You have 10 minutes right now.
So I think there's a fundamental law when it comes to our existence, and that is power. Those who have power have the ability to effectuate whatever desire they want. And some of those desires may be benevolent or malevolent. So in order to have a society that is protected, to make sure that we have the most amount of people possible flourishing, we have to make sure that power isn't too centralized, which means having some market restrictions, and that also means having restrictions on government. So that's why we have laws where not only is each individual citizen required to abide by the law, but so are the powers that be. The president is not above the law, Secretary of State is not above the law, police are not above the law, so forth. And same goes for corporations. We have to make sure that there are restrictions in place for businesses, corporations, where they cannot have things like monopolies, where they're going to have complete control over a certain market or multiple markets or many markets or every market. That will just give them the power to do as they please. And again, they may not be benevolent actors, and oftentimes they're not. They're going to do things like price gouging, where just because they can, they will charge everyone ridiculous amounts of money for essential services like housing, food, electricity, and steal up all the wealth and create a monarchy, essentially. Just a class of individuals that rules over all the peasants. So my general economic theory is just about making sure that power doesn't get out of control. We should have a system where people do have an ability to move upwards in a market. They have freedom to engage in the market and maybe even create a new market with new products, new services, and making sure that there isn't too much corporate control where we do things like bust monopolies, which prevents that very thing that 8-Bit is talking about, which is, allowing people to actually participate in the market. And I think that just has to be considered when we're talking about any kind of market restrictions or market freedoms. We have to make sure that there is no one single person or no one single entity has too much power. And that is my, statement.
Perfect. Let me move to the next timer. So the affirmative is going to have 30 minutes on the cross exam. 8-Bit, let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your timer. Once again, just engage, do your best to engage in good faith here. I think y'all are going to have a wonderful conversation. But let me know when you're ready, 8-Bit, and I'll go ahead and start your timer.
Alrighty.
Starting it now. You have 30 minutes.
All right. So, so you brought up price gouging. Or wait, no, I'm supposed to be questioning, right?
Yes, and
okay,
you're doing the cross exam.
Yeah. Okay.
So do I get 30 minutes to cross-examine him, or are we both going back and forth?
So it'll be 8-Bit, and then you'll have 30 minutes to do a cross exam as well. So it's okay to ask for some clarification, and I'll add on 45 seconds for this clarification.
Okay, sure.
Okay, sweet. So from the sound of it, you believe that government is necessary to regulate the market on a certain level because people cannot be trusted, correct?
Both individuals and businesses or corporate entities.
Well, I mean, businesses and corporate entities are run by people, right?
Right.
So, but the government is also run by people, correct?
Yes.
So, if people can't be trusted to always be good actors, then why would you trust the government?
That's why we have bureaucratic systems in place to try and ensure the government can be trusted. That's why there's things like, what are they called? Auditor generals or there's auditing systems in place to make sure that certain people are doing their jobs, they're not accepting bribes, so on and so forth. There's also anybody can participate politically. So that also creates safeguards where if there's one political class or members of a political class that are inherently corrupt or doing something shady, because everyone can participate in the democratic system, in our government, there's some checks and balances in place that prevent that. Whereas with, again, if we're just anarcho-capitalists, well, everyone has to answer to their boss. It's a almost military-like system where there's a command structure, and there aren't those sorts of checks and balances in place.
Let's see. So, how efficient is this system of checks and balances? How effective is it?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, I mean, how good is it keeping corruption out of the government?
I don't know, compared to what?
Versus. Sure if that's even really even a pertinent question. Like, I guess compared to, say, a private system, like if you were to run a business, you would make sure that everyone in your business was operating smoothly. You would want to make sure that any corruption, nepotism, whatever, is nipped in the bud, correct?
Nope. A lot of these companies, nepotism runs rampant. People aren't necessarily purely rational actors. So if you have somebody who's made their own business, they're not necessarily going to retire and have the best possible person replace them. If they have a son that they love a lot and want to ensure a future to, they're going to be biased towards getting their son that position, or somebody they like, or some woman who will suck their cock. There's also issues with things like racism, which we've seen historically for many years. People just have inherent biases, and they might not want to hire black people just because they don't like black people, even though there may be black people who are better than the people they're hiring. Like one of the best examples of this would be sports teams. Black people were banned from playing baseball, football, soccer, you name it. When, if you look at today, black people are absolutely dominating almost every sport aside from hockey and swimming. As soon as they make a heated skating rink, that might change. And if black people didn't sink in water, again, they'd probably dominate swimming too. So if people made the most rational decisions constantly and they didn't have inherent biases or weren't prone to corruption, you probably would have seen black people playing sports a lot sooner. You probably would have seen a black president a lot sooner. You probably would have seen a lot more racial and gender and whatever integration in the workplace a lot sooner.
Well, the question was, would you want, more merit-based systems? So
these aren't necessarily merit-based systems, and you'd have to provide evidence that, an anarcho-capitalist system even necessarily biases merit-based systems.
Well, no, I was asking if you were running a business and you said no, you wouldn't want to hire people on merit, or you would.
I don't know what my own personal preferences really matter. Like if I told you, no, I'm an insane racist Nazi and I'd only hire white people regardless of whether or not white people were best for the job, like what would you have to say?
Well, I mean, you said you were.
For one thing, I don't see how it's salient, and two, it's very likely that any one particular person might be an insane racist and have their own biases and might want to run a corporate structure in line with some of their political ideals, even if it harms the business.
Taco?
Yes?
Is it, your opinion? is it a salient question?
This is what you're going to just try to keep it on topic, where you're trying to build a case for free market capitalism being best for society, right?
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Where am I? I remember where it was. So but if you wanted your business to actually be successful, that's where you're supposed to be coming from. You would want to make sure you have only the best people for the job.
That's assuming that
Anyway.
one, somebody is a perfectly rational actor, and two, their main objective priority is making as much money as possible and
Yeah,
creating as big a
in
market
this
share as
scenario, in
possible.
this hypothetical,
That's
you are.
not necessarily what everyone does when they start a business. There are people who start businesses because they have more of an interest in, say, a public good, or they have more of an interest in following a passion project. Or they may have other interests like political interests, knowing that they might not be able to capture as much of a market share, knowing that they may not be able to make as much money, but they have other interests besides making as much money as possible and capturing as much market share as possible. So I don't know why you'd assume most individuals are going to follow that guideline of making as much money as possible, getting as much market share as possible.
But it's not even necessarily that. It's that in an unregulated system, there's no safety nets to make sure they don't fail like we have under the government. Under the government, if you're big enough, you can pay off politicians, make sure you get corporate welfare, bailouts.
So just to
like
clarify, are you talking about a system where government doesn't exist?
Yes, I just said that.
Okay, so if government doesn't exist and your business fails, quote unquote, like let's say you become cash insolvent,
Sure.
who the fuck is going to force you to, say, pay employees or not pay contractors, pay employees or pay contractors or pay any of your expenses? Like, if there's no government, then presumably you can do really horrendous shit to get out of a big problem. So if you own a building company and you pay contractors to build a building, you become cash insolvent, you can't pay the contractors, well, you don't have to pay them. There's no government, there's no court system that they can go to. The only thing they can do is maybe try and kill you and get some sort of retribution. But if you're able to just kill the workers or deal with them in some way, well, then problem solved. And then, you can rent out the building to whoever who wants it, and then you become cash solvent again.
Not necessarily. It would really come down to the contracts you signed with them ahead of time.
What do you mean contracts?
What
good is a contract?
What do you mean, what good is a contract? It's a proof of an agreement. So
okay.
When you sign a contract, you're agreeing to certain terms and conditions.
Oh, and without a government, are you going to complain to your mom about it? Hey, Mom, they didn't honor my agreement. Can you do something? Can you tell his dad that he didn't honor the agreement? It's written down right here.
If we sign an agreement saying you're going to provide me with 50 bananas or I take your shoes from you, and you voluntarily sign that. If you don't provide those 50 bananas, I'm entitled to take those shoes from you one way or another.
The only entitlement you have is based on whatever force you can apply to somebody.
To the term.
Okay, so I pull out a gun and shoot you. What are you going to
do? That's assuming, that I shoot you first.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens. That's what happens without a government.
Yeah, and then let's suppose you do kill me. Then you have
Yeah, then I have
that
50
hanging
bananas
over
and
your
you can
head.
get fucked.
Yeah, but then you also have to deal with everyone else in society who knows that you're not really a trustworthy person, or
Well, that wouldn't really
someone who should
matter
be
if,
dealt with. You're gonna be
again,
ostracized
that
from
wouldn't
society.
necessarily matter, and that being violent might
Why would that
actually
not
be a
matter?
benefit to you because now people are less likely to fuck with you. They're afraid of you, and you can also apply force and pressure to make sure that they give you business. So that's not necessally true.
Not
That's how the
necessarily.
mob worked. How do you
They
think
out-
the mob
yeah, but they
made
everyone
money?
else outnumbers you.
What do you mean everyone else outnumbers you? How do you think the mob got away with making so much money?
Because there's the government to ensure that other people can't be armed. Like you look at the places.
This was
in, which
in
they
the
operate,
United
it's
States.
places-
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I know.
You're telling me in
You do
you're
realize
telling
that
me in New
places
York
like
and Chicago,
and-
people weren't
Yeah,
strapped?
in New York and Chicago, you're not allowed, not legally. It's very difficult to own a firearm in those places like New York and Chicago.
Oh, okay. Tell every 8th grader who's part of the Crips gang that it's hard to get a gun. You can literally find
Yeah,
videos
that's not
online of
legal.
8th graders rolling
That's not
around with
legal.
like full auto
obviously.
Glocks. Okay, it's
Yeah,
hard to get a
illegally.
gun. It's hard
I
to
said
get a
it's
gun
hard
in
to get a gun
Chicago.
legally.
Please tell me
Legally.
how 8th graders are getting guns in Chicago.
I didn't say it was hard to get a gun. I said it's hard to get a gun legally. So the legal methods, which most people are going to try to obey the law to the best of their ability. So they're going to be put at a disadvantage against those who do not care about the law. That's why gun rights are important.
You realize you can carry a gun in New York and Chicago.
Yeah, but the routes.
So
to,
what are you
actually get a
talking about?
permit to carry it? The routes to get a permit for that are very difficult.
No, they're not.
The legal route.
I
yeah.
have friends who live in New York and Chicago. It is not hard. All it requires, you fill out a form. That's it, and you just have to pass a background check. So as long as you haven't committed a crime before, you're fine. Anybody can get a gun in New York or Chicago. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Ben Shapiro couldn't.
Ben Shapiro couldn't get a gun in what? Where?
Yeah, New York.
Oh, for what reason?
Because he's Jewish and he's a prominent figure. He gets a lot of death threats. He tried to, get a gun, and the police just kept denying him.
So, you think that is a common situation for most people? Are most people big name social media influencers where the cops are going to give two fucking shits about them?
If they don't get, if they're not even prominent, they're gonna have even worse of a time.
No. But I have friends who live in New York and Chicago who have concealed carry permits. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Why would
So because Ben Shapiro couldn't get a gun in New York, nobody else can?
Why would
That's your argument?
celebrity have a harder time?
Can you show me, just show me the data on the amount of applications sent to the police department or whatever in either New York or Chicago for concealed carry permits, and show me the percentage of those that are denied. And under what grounds? Like, assuming these are law-abiding citizens, they can pass a criminal background check, don't have a history of drug use. I can understand if some of them get denied for that reason, but I'd love to see the rate of inexplicable denials where it's like, we don't like your social media profile.
Let's see. I didn't anticipate a gun debate, so I didn't get any information on that.
Right. Okay. So whatever.
I'll have to get to you later.
So you can get a gun in New York or Chicago, and again, presumably, if somebody is genuinely under threat by the mob, they probably wouldn't really care so much about the law if they think they're going to get whacked by some wise guy. If 8th graders in Chicago can get a gun, anybody can get a fucking gun. So again, this idea that, I signed a contract, so obviously somebody's going to have to abide by the contract. How is that going to work in a society that has no government? Like, it wouldn't. There's no there's no forces higher than either the corporation or yourself that is going to demand they follow the government, or sorry, follow the contract.
Someone just messaged me. The process for obtaining a handgun license in New York City is long, between 3 to 6 months, and waits up to 8 to 10 months are not entirely uncommon. As compared to many other jurisdictions, rather expensive. So you also have to pay a fee on top of that to get approved.
What is it, $200?
Still, even $200 is, more than
No.
they should.
No.
$200 more than they should.
So $200 is absolutely fucking nothing. Anybody could afford that. And again, you don't even need to follow the law. Yeah, that's a cool story. If you can buy a $500 Glock, you can. If you can afford a $500 Glock, you can afford a $200 fucking licensing fee.
God, that's a very elitist take of you. Sure.
How much do you think most handguns cost?
So
Probably
vegan
around
games, these are
$500,
good
but
questions for your cross exam. Remember, this portion is 8 bits cross exam.
Sure.
See, so
like most handguns are between $300 and $500. If you're going to complain about a $200 licensing fee, then you just can't afford a gun, period. So that's just bullshit.
Yeah. So.
And you're just talking about a waiting period. This has nothing to do with whether or not you can, in fact, actually get a license.
If there's an imminent threat.
Yeah, if there's an innocent threat, then just talk to your nearest 8th grader.
No,
he can hook you up with the double-stacked fucking Glock.
You'd be violating the law.
Oh no! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get murdered by wise guys, but I don't want to break the law. I guess I'll just die. Right.
Yeah,
that's how most people think.
Care, though. The court's not going to care if you break the law to defend yourself. In a lot of places, you will go to jail.
So first of all, that is considered a mitigating factor.
A thing that happens.
So first of all, that is considered a mitigating factor. Secondly, I don't know how, the police aren't magical fucking anti-crime wizards. They're not going to know if you have an illegal gun. And again, if your priority is safety and you genuinely think you're going to get killed by the fucking Italian mob, you're not going to be thinking, oh, well, it's illegal. I guess I'll just get shot and killed by the mob then. Wouldn't want to break the law. So again, this whole idea that under an anarcho-capitalist system, people have to abide by contracts because there's no social safety nets, that's ridiculous. You do have a safety net. It's called not having to honor any fucking agreement you ever make with anybody.
They could enforce those with private security, private arbitration, reputation services.
Okay. So just fuck over individual citizens. Right. All you have to do is just fuck over individual citizens. Maybe just target a consumer base that can't afford private security, and then you're good.
Is this on topic with the debate topic?
I would say it is.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you can't just go to any private security and say, hey, so and so did this. They're going to require the contract, before they enforce it.
Why?
And
why?
To ensure that it's valid.
Why would they care if it's valid? If again, it's an anarcho-capitalist system. If they want to get money for shooting somebody,
their reputation is going to be important.
No, not necessarily.
They're not going to make money. They're not going to make money if they have a reputation of.
So if they have a reputation that we will work for anybody under any circumstances, just pay us money and we'll do it. That's not necessarily a bad reputation. That's likely a good reputation. Anybody can get their services. They're not going to moral high horse you. They're not going to demand certain evidence. That, at least in some market conditions, might be an advertisement, like that, a very positive advertisement. So that doesn't necessarily disincentivize anybody from doing that.
No, there's.
Like, by the way, we have historical precedent for this. Like tribal societies were an anarcho-capitalist society. This is how tribal societies were. People would fuck each other over, commit tribal genocides, steal from each other constantly. There were mercenaries, assassins all over the place. This is how anarcho-capitalist systems work. But for some reason, you're applying this
And
like
don't want-
modern Western
people are not
liberal
sociopaths.
democratic
They don't wanna
ideal
just aggress
to
on
an
people.
anarcho-capitalist
Those people
society.
Vast overwhelming majority of people want to find non-aggressive ways to come to an agreement.
Oh, is that
Okay.
why tribal societies were
So-
so violent?
so
Is that why
sociopaths-
tribal societies were so violent? The most violent periods in all of human history were under tribal societies where there was no government and it's your perfect anarcho-capitalist state. You can start whatever business you want. There's no market restrictions. There's no government to
You're
tell
not
you
in a
no,
tribal
that's
society.
illegal.
We're not in a tribal society, vegan gains.
Yeah, it would be if we lived in an anarcho-capitalist system.
You prove that.
What do you mean prove it? Do you want me
Prove
to
it.
show you my
Prove it.
what if
You
machine?
made the claim. You back it up.
Well,
That's your job. You made
I
the
have
claim.
I have a what if
That's the
machine
claim, dude.
in my basement in the corner. It's really, really big and heavy though. So I can't just move it over here, but if you come over, I can show you my what if machine.
Oh yeah, sure. You made the what if.
So, buddy,
You made the claim. You
tribal
made the claim.
societies, we have historical precedents for this. Tribal societies are the anarcho-capitalist paradise. You have absolutely no government. You just have small sections of people living in isolated areas. You don't even have large fucking communities that have created pseudo-governments like Christianity, Islam, Judaism. That's the anarcho-capitalist paradise. So, and we know for a fact those societies were the most violent in all of human history. About 30% of all adult male deaths were through violent means. So I don't know why you would assume if we got rid of the police, the government, the military,
Why do you
everybody would
assume
be
that we
so
would
happy
somehow
and
regress into
peace-loving
tribal
when we
state?
have historical precedents for this.
Are you an anthropologist? Like, how do you know that if we got rid of the government, we would all just regress into a tribalist state?
So you're talking about
come
if
on,
right
come on.
now, after we have a culture that has been socialized and adapted to a Western liberal democracy, you would no shit. You would
Okay.
expect, at least in the short term, if the government were to evaporate tomorrow, yeah, after we've been
You're saying
socialized in
people
a
are
in a
sociopaths.
liberal democratic society with market
Vast
restrictions,
overwhelming
with police
majority.
government, I wouldn't expect everybody to like act like fucking Zulu tribal chiefs and start axing everybody in the head. But that's with the benefit of, again, everyone being socialized in this type of society and economic situation. But that's only assuming in the short term.
Okay, so how do you think private property comes into being?
Yeah, people kill each other to make sure everybody knows that that's your property. That's the advent of private property.
So private property exists, and then people start killing each other. But you're saying private property exists from the get-go. That implies it's already private. So how does something go from not anyone's property and become property?
Yes, you claim it's yours, and then anybody who tries to take it, you kill them. That's the advent of private property.
I mean, it's more that you mix your labor with it. So you see a stick, you pick it up. You see land you want, you
Okay,
start-
and if I
working it.
stab you with a spear, is it yours still?
Yeah.
Oh, it's yours. You're dead. So dead people own things. So let's say you
I mean,
created
it's not
it.
yours either.
So, well, no, it's mine. I have it.
Because you don't have a legitimate claim to it.
What do you mean a
It is,
legitimate claim?
acquired through
Like
active-
on what basis? There's no
It is
government.
acquired
There's
through
no
an
government.
act of aggression.
There's no government. So again, you're applying
This is philosophical.
ethical social standards that have been adopted by liberal democratic societies, and you're applying that in an anarcho-capitalist
This is my
system
time.
where there's no government.
He's reclaiming his time.
Yeah. So let's see.
You have 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, let's just skip to his
Well,
time to ask questions.
Well, no, I
You can
kind of
skip
want
it.
to resolve this idea. So, do Native Americans own the United States?
No, because they had no concept of ownership. They never claimed ownership.
Well, they
of
did have
any of the
concept of. So, first of all, that's
Yeah,
horseshit. They
not
did have
owning
concept
land.
of ownership. No, that's a myth. They did have concept of ownership. What they didn't have was a concept of government or statehood, but they did have a concept of ownership of land. That's why they had territorial boundaries. That's why they constantly committed tribal genocide. And that's why, especially when you look at tribes like the
Tribes committed
Comanches,
genocide against
they would
each other.
kill any outsiders. So, no, they did have a concept of land ownership. What they didn't have a concept of was things like legal documentation, especially in Canada. We really took advantage of this. What we do is we'd make verbal agreements with tribal societies. We'd say, oh yeah, if we just build this here, then you can just live right next to it. And then we'd just move people in and then force them out. And then they'd say, oh, but we agreed. Oh, well, it wasn't in writing, so get fucked. So they did actually have a concept of ownership. So that's not true. So again, on that basis, do Native Americans own the United States?
So this is 8-bits cross-exam time. If he wants to seat it, we can move it into yours. And these are great questions for your cross-exam.
I mean, I don't really have much time.
There's 40
You're
seconds
not
left.
Yeah, you're not an anthropologist. I yield my time.
So I'll start your 30-minute timer in just a second. After your cross-exam time, Vegan Gains, and like I said, those are great questions for your cross-exam. But after your cross-exam time, we'll do the audience Q&A.
Sure.
Anybody in the YouTubes, join discord.gg/politics. Raise your hand. We'd love to have some great questions. Also on my YouTube, youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. Doesn't cost anything. I've got a Q&A portion there. That's for all the audiences. Doesn't cost anything. Just submit a question there, and I will ask it. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the 30-minute timer.
Okay, so first cross-examination question I have for you. You seem to like the idea of anarcho-capitalism because you have this idea that people will or should have like some sort of ability, not even necessarily a right, because if you don't have a government or state, you can't technically have rights, but you want people to have an ability to create markets or participate in a given market. How do you square that with the issues of monopolies, where corporations can end up becoming so large, and they don't necessarily have to do shady business practices to get a monopoly, but oftentimes they do. And one, with an anarcho-capitalist system, they can use whatever business practices they want because there's no market restrictions. So they can do things like just flat out steal. They can violently take over property. They can do things like fuck over suppliers so that another business can't use that same supplier, and then they can just have complete control over a given market. And because of the nature of monopolies, no one else can ever end up participating in that given market. And in theory, you could have a monopoly that's so large that it actually takes over every single market. So you could have one single corporation literally take over every single market, and then that would completely eliminate the idea of self-determination, where, oh, I want to participate in a market, I want to sell things, I want to trade. If there's a monopoly in place, you literally cannot do that, and I see that as a huge conflict with an anarcho-capitalist system.
A monopoly, you mean like the government?
Monopolies have nothing to do with the government. Do you know what a monopoly is?
Do you know what the government is?
He's not answering my question.
What do you think the government is? It's a monopoly on power.
So
No, it's
when
not.
he's asking questions,
Monopoly-
you try to answer them directly.
Yeah. So a monopoly is basically an entity that controls an entire field of the market, more or less.
Well, it can be a specific it can be a specific market, but it could in theory be all markets.
Yeah, like the government.
That's
The government
the
controls all
government
markets.
isn't a monopoly.
How is it not a monopoly?
Because a monopoly is a company or entity that creates unreasonable restraint of competition in a market. That is, by definition,
Yeah,
not the
so-
government.
Yeah, that's what the government does. That's
No.
exactly what the government does. All those things you listed.
Okay,
are things
so
that the
you have
government does.
issues with monopolies
Look at
then,
the tariffs right
fundamentally.
now.
So
They're
then you
screwing over-
have
the
an
government-
issue with
The government is an entity.
Oh, okay.
The
So
government is
you
an
have issues with monopolies. If you're going to
Yeah,
say a monopoly
not-
is the government, then you can have a monopoly without the government. So again, how is this resolved with an anarcho-capitalist system?
Well, if the government is a monopoly, then you have government. So you can only have monopoly with the government.
No.
Let's see. I think.
So again, a monopoly, by definition, is a single company or entity that creates unreasonable restraint of competition in a market. You do not need a government for that.
Why- how-
Sorry.
How?
What-
How would you?
what
how
do
would
you
a
mean,
non-government
how?
Entity enforce? How would a non-government entity enforce this sort of restriction? Go on.
They have unreasonable control over a market. You don't
How?
need a government for that.
How?
Do you want me to give you like a
Like, where's
hypothetical
the control
example?
come from?
Do you want me to give you a hypothetical example?
Just give me tell me how can a
Yeah, so
company
so
have
a single
that kind of control?
corporation gets to a certain size, they're able to
How?
buy out all competitors, and then again, because there's no government, they could even create a situation where they violently prevent anybody from even attempting to engage in the market.
Okay, first of all, you have to assume that they're able to get that large in a free market. So let's see. So the thing
Okay.
is, large companies are extremely hard to let's see, where's my note on this? Here we go. Yeah, large businesses are very difficult to not only create but maintain in a free market. They have more mass, so there's more stuff you have to be able to
No,
levels
they're not.
of bureaucracy to go through. Yeah.
No, they're not.
see, so-
This is why peasants and
do you-
serfs existed.
Okay, so what do you mean they're not? Larger companies aren't bigger. Big businesses aren't bigger. What are you talking about? Like,
So
big
you
power.
realize the reason why there were peasants and serfs is because lords
What the
would
fuck
own
does this
all
have
the
to do with big
land.
business?
Sorry?
What What does this have to do with large businesses? I'm trying to explain how large businesses can't exist in a free market.
This is the same exact thing. Do you think land ownership isn't a business?
The fuck are you talking about? What you said? A business has to get
land ownership be a business?
In a free market.
Well, in a
competition
free
corrects
market,
for
you can have
monopoly.
slavery.
If one business gets market share, they earn it. If they betray that agreement with another company will swoop in to service the market.
Well, no,
You
they
understand
can't
that?
because it's a monopoly.
Why not?
You're
How?
ignoring the
How is that
definition of a
enforced?
monopoly.
But how do you enforce a monopoly without government? You said a company would have to get real big.
You
and I'm
realize
tackling that.
you realize there's ways of preventing market competition, right?
Like how?
Yes,
Without a government.
owning all the arable land.
How?
Owning all.
How do you own all the land? How do you own all the land?
Well,
'Cause
gee,
the more of it
maybe you
buy
should.
up,
Maybe you should ask.
the price. The more of it gets
again,
bought
if
up,
only
the price
we had
rises
history books where we could look at how monarchies existed and
know how
owned all the
divine
property and put
Yeah,
people
they-
into serfdom
through decree.
because they owned all the
take mon-
fucking
they take
land.
land by decree. They took land by decree. Okay, they're already a government, a de facto government. Okay,
They weren't technically a
They can't just
government.
buy up-
Monarchy is a little different.
Sure, early on, but eventually they became an actual government, a de facto government. But
Oh, so
in
corporations
order
end
to
up
buy up-
becoming the government. Oh, okay.
no, not necessarily. So, in order to buy up all the land, it would take basically infinite money because the more of it they're buying
No.
up, the more that's going to
No.
the more the price is going to raise
No.
because the supply is dwindling.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no? What do you mean
No.
Explain.
There's,
Explain.
buddy, if there's no
Explain.
government,
Explain.
there's ways of dealing with some of these issues. For one thing, people may not know the value of their land, even if
they see it being bought up,
Can
hand
you
over fist,
shut up for a second? So
they're
if
going to realize, hey, this is in high demand. I better raise the price because you have more people.
Oh,
coming after it.
okay. So you have a large, very powerful corporation. Let's say they own 50% of the land. Now they want to own 100% of the land. Now, that last 50%, let's say it goes up in value. So they're only able to say purchase another 20, 30%. So there's now 30% left. And the people who are unwilling to sell or unwilling to sell it at the previous market value, they're marking it up so high that this large corporation either doesn't want to pay or can't afford it. Okay, well, since they own 70% of the land at this point, what they can fucking do is just stop trade. Oh, well, we own 70% of the land. Don't allow these other landowners any resources. So they're cut off from food. They're cut off from, say, some water resources. They're cut off from things like lumber. They can't hunt or like get any food in our land properties. Cut off all trade. They have to import some things. Well, they have to go through our land. They're not allowed to. You starve them out, and then you get them to give up the land either for free or for a fair price. And if you're a large corporation, you have a large amount of employees, let's say, well, you can just kill the last remaining landowners. There's no government. So all you have to do is tell your employees, hey, you want to make some good extra quick cash? Why don't you go over to those people's property and just fucking kill them? There's a lot of ways around this where, yes, absolute monopolies can't exist without a government. This is how serfdom and peasant classes were created in the first place. Again, there's historical precedents for this, which you love to ignore, and then you appeal to liberal democratic society standards and try to apply that to an anarcho-capitalist system.
How'd they get 50% in the first place? Like, you're also assuming
Well,
that they...
What do you mean, how do they get 50% in the first place? Is that a logical impossibility for somebody to become wealthy?
Not necessarily, but you're supposing that they're able to buy all the trade routes, like all the property that the
Yes,
trade routes
yes,
are
this has happened.
in the first place.
You realize this has
Under,
happened.
under what kind of system? Under a government system?
No, under anarcho-capitalist systems.
Give an example.
What?
Give an example. You're claiming it happened. When did it happen? When did it happen? Come on. I'm waiting. When did it happen?
I don't know if some of these would necessarily fulfill your criteria, because you're going to say, oh, well, that was a monarchy and it wasn't technically anarcho-capitalist. This is the end result. Like what you're not understanding here is that the end result of anarcho-capitalism is basically
and what monarchies started
yeah,
this way?
it's monarchies, and then
Yeah,
they use their power and
monarchies
influence.
started this way? You're saying that monarchies started this way. How they start? Like what monarchies? What ones?
All of them.
Give an example.
England. You can go, like, you can look at the start of the British
explain what happened.
monarchies, French monarchies. All of these monarchies originated from anarcho-capitalist systems. It all originated from tribal societies. Certain people who were particularly smart, particularly violent, and particularly successful ended up creating systems where they ended up just becoming oligarchs or a monarchy class. And then, and this leads to, modern governments that we see today, or just fascist dictatorships. Like the issue here, though, is you're not actually explaining why it's logically impossible for somebody or a business or entity to become very wealthy and own a majority of land. Like again, we can see this in tribal societies. Look at the Zulus in Africa. They owned a very large section of land. The Mongol Empire. Again, they started out as tribal societies. Genghis Khan was able to unite a bunch of Mongol tribes and create his empire, and they ended up expanding. And a large reason for their expansion is they're extremely good at warfare. And again, there's no government. There's no one to tell you no. There's no military force that will stop this from even happening in the first place. This is what happens.
They're the government in that case. They are acting.
Oh,
as state.
okay. So how are you going to prevent people from creating governments? Yeah, so this is the logical contradiction when you say the only rule is there is no rules.
That's not necessarily what we say.
No,
it's
that
more about
literally
free
is what you
association.
say. The only rule is there is no rules. Okay, if there's no rules, I'll
No.
create a rule. Well, what do you what there's a rule against rules? I thought you said there's no rules.
There's no rulers. So no government, no state.
Oh, so who's going to
no
stop? Okay, well,
coercive entity.
how are you going to stop that?
Why would people?
How are you
agree
going to stop
to
that?
be ruled over by a coercive entity?
How are you going to
would you-
stop that? What mechanism is in place for certain entities? They could be tribal leaders, they could be warlords, they could be whatever, from creating empires large enough and create a hierarchical system that functions as a government. What mechanism is
Private
there in place to
security,
stop that?
arbitration, insurance.
Arbitration and insurance?
Private security, arbitration, insurance. There's also the fact that
What's to stop a private security firm from doing that exact same thing?
because they wouldn't want to lose clientele, it would ruin their reputation.
Well, what do you mean? Sorry. This has happened over and over and over again throughout history. Okay, you have people who have come from tribal societies like Genghis Khan, and they developed these vast empires with hierarchical systems that function as government. If you're saying that there are some free market, there are things within a free market that prevent that from happening, then why does it keep happening over and over and over and over and over again all throughout human history? If the free
Am I allowed
market
to lock
solves
you in a
this
cage
problem,
for not paying me taxes?
sorry,
Am I allowed to lock you in a cage for not paying me taxes?
I don't know how the fuck that's salient. So again, if you're claiming there's mechanisms within a free market that prevent this from happening, how does it keep happening?
You're saying these governments would emerge. I'm asking you, like, I decide I'm a government. Okay, I'm going to lock you in a cage if you don't pay me taxes.
You're just dodging the question.
am I
So
allowed to do
again,
that? Am I allowed to do that?
Again, I keep pointing out that
I'm
under
trying
an
to point out-
anarcho-capitalist system, you end up having tribal warlords or very wealthy people who are able to manage large groups of people from taking power and then creating hierarchical systems that function similarly as a government. But then you claim, well, there's mechanisms within a free market system that prevent that from happening. How do you explain that happens over and over and over again if a free market prevents this? Right, you have no answer.
What was the question again?
So I was pointing out that under a free market anarcho-capitalist system, you're going to have certain people, certain entities, tribal societies, what have you. They end up gaining more wealth, more power, and over time, they end up creating like larger empires, and they end up functioning like a government. And some of those governments are nowhere near benevolent. Genghis Khan loved to rape and murder people, kill anybody he didn't like. You're claiming that there are mechanisms within a free market that would prevent that from happening, but how does this keep happening then?
Let's see. Well, I mean, like, if you're an individual, you want to keep yourself protected from such an entity. Like, you're going to
You're a kindergartner.
want your own. You're going to want your own private security.
Yeah,
and such, right?
yeah. Okay. Okay.
So,
I guess. So how did the Mongol Empire arise? How did the Chinese Empire arise? How did the American Empire arise? How did the British Empire arise? You don't think there were mercenaries? You don't think there were private security back then?
there were, and there were for a while afterwards too.
So that's not a protection against
People didn't know
the
better.
formation of governments, quote unquote.
People didn't know better back then.
Okay, so in order for your
So
system to
we're
work,
educated now.
everyone has to agree with you and do exactly as you say.
No, not necessarily. They just have to, care about their own self-interest, their own rational self-interest.
And that results in empires being built. Why do you think people joined
Why would
Genghis Khan?
Why would
Why do you
that-
think people joined Genghis Khan?
You really think
It
that
was in their
people would
rational
just agree to
self-interest,
be
right?
pulled over?
It was in their rational self-interest, right?
Oh,
So they joined Genghis Khan.
part of
Genghis
rational do you
Khan
not
was able to
understand?
convince them, hey, if we
Hold
all
on,
band together,
hold on,
we
hold
can
on.
make more money,
Hold
we
on.
can control a bigger empire, we
really-
can get more wealth.
paying
They
the
all
mob
band
really
together, they
rational?
all followed the leader. That's rational self-interest. So again, rational
rational at
self-interest
all.
doesn't prevent the formation
not.
of government like you claim.
Oh my god. That's not
Again,
really
if you're
rational.
going to claim
Okay,
if you're going to
they-
claim rational self-interest prevents the formation of governments, then how do they form?
So suppose a mobster comes up and says, "Hey, you're gonna start paying me protection money, or I cap your knees." Like, would that be in your rational self-interest to start paying him protection money?
It may or may not be. It depends on how you weight risk. And again, you're not answering the question. If you're claiming rational self-interest prevents the formation of government, are you saying everyone throughout all of human history is being irrational? Do you think people are rational now? Is that why we elected Donald Trump? Is that why entire societies live under
Compared to the,
communist rule?
alternative, yeah. Compared to Kamala, yeah. He was definitely the better option.
Yes, worse economy,
wouldn't say he's
terrible
good,
international relations. He's very likely a Russian spy. That's rational self-interest. Like, by the way, red states who voted for him are doing the worst because of his stupid tariff policies. That's rational
Yeah, I agree with
self-interest.
Eric.
Losing money, losing your
I
job.
didn't say he was good. I said he was better.
Oh,
I didn't say he
okay.
was good. I said he was
Oh,
better.
it's better, huh? So Kamala would have crashed the economy harder. She would have done more
Oh, yeah.
damage to the red states.
And why is this about Trump now? Like,
This does
Come
seem
on.
a little bit off the
Yeah,
topic.
yeah. So he
Yeah.
can't answer my question. I keep asking him what mechanisms are in place to prevent these hierarchical structures from forming that are akin to government, and he can't give me an answer. He'll say, "Oh, private security. Private security existed back then. Didn't prevent it."
Yeah,
Then you'll say
also,
rational self-interest. Rational self-interest existed back then. Didn't prevent any of this. So he doesn't have an answer. So
I mean,
his
there's
whole
also the fact
worldview
that-
is just stupid. It's childish. Again, the only rule is no rules. And if everybody follows that
No,
rule,
there's
then
no ruler.
then everything will work out perfectly.
There's no rulers in holding government to the same standards everyone else has held. That's the idea.
Okay, do you think like tribal warlords like Genghis Khan can get away with more abhorrent actions than, say, Donald Trump? Can Donald Trump get a harem of hundreds of women, rape all of them, murder people he doesn't like, torture people to death, and get away with it?
No.
Okay, so the system we have now works better than anarcho-capitalism. Do you think it's rational self-interest to
No.
prefer a liberal democracy over anarcho-capitalism if Genghis Khan is the result of anarcho-capitalism?
While you're peering into your counterfactual crystal ball, can we get some lottery numbers?
Oh, okay, no answer. Oh, that's too bad.
You're presupposing that Genghis Khan.
I'm not
was an
presupposing anything.
ANCAP. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're claiming he's an ANCAP. He was the de facto government.
What? Again, there's no rules. It's anarcho-capitalism. There's no government. If you want to form a government, you can form a government.
Anarcho-capitalism doesn't mean no rules. It means no rulers.
Oh, okay. So everyone has to follow your no rule of no rulers. How are you going to enforce that?
The association, people coming together.
Weird.
on
That never seems to work.
forming
That never
communities.
seems to work.
They worked in Cherán, Mexico. They kicked out all the police, politicians, and cartel members, and it is now the safest place in all of Mexico. It operates basically as an anarchist community.
Okay. Well, that's great for that place in Mexico.
There's also Acadia in Canada.
Oh, okay. You think that's going to work in every population all over the world indefinitely?
Well, it'd be like, even if it doesn't, it'd be better to have at least temporary freedom than permanent
Right.
servitude.
It's better to have one small community of people living in constant fear of cartel attacks and needing to arm themselves to the teeth than have a liberal democracy that can protect you from something like that long term. I'd rather have Genghis Khan
where are these
rulers
liberal
for
democracies
thousands of
actually protect
years
us?
than you'd rather have Genghis Khan rulers, successive generations of Genghis Khan's children rule
No.
for hundreds or thousands of years because one community in Mexico, they kill cartel members.
The state operates more like Genghis Khan. Okay, like
4 minutes?
where is the state
Right.
protecting our rights?
Right, the state acts like Genghis Khan. Thousands of women are getting raped and kept as sex slaves. We're enslaving other nations and forcing them to work at gunpoint. Right, the government is just like Genghis
have you heard of
Khan.
Epstein? I mean, considering the whole Epstein thing, I mean, it sounds like The
Yeah,
government
was
kind of
Epstein the
actually is doing
president?
that.
Didn't he go to jail?
Let's see.
By the way, I called this before the debate. This guy's a fucking child. Like, again, he has no answer. He has no answer for
you want
any
there
of
to
this.
exist some sort
He
of,
has no answer for any of this. Every
omnipotent,
time I ask him,
omnipresent,
how do you
omniscient
prevent
father
governments
figure.
from forming? He has no answer. Everyone just has to agree with him. Oh, well, they just have to agree to not form a government. Okay. So your whole worldview requires everyone agree with your fundamental principle that, oh, just don't listen to anybody. The only rule is no rules.
Necessarily. No, again, I've said multiple times that it's no rulers.
Yeah,
everything
again,
should
and
be
you can't give
voluntary.
me an answer for how you enforce that. There's no enforcement mechanism. No, you haven't.
I mean,
No, you haven't.
what do you mean I haven't?
The only answer you've given me is, oh, well, you have to fight back. Okay,
Yeah.
and if you fail?
Yeah, that's because it's your responsibility to protect yourself. You think the government's going to be there? You think the police are just going to show up magically every
Right.
time someone breaks in your window?
Right. So that's why. Okay, so
That's why gun rights
you've proven that enforcement mechanism is completely and utterly useless because there have been tribal warlords throughout all of human history. Some of these tribal warlords have created vast empires like the Roman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Chinese Empire, the British Empire, the American Empire, the Russian Empire. So you've just proven that the only enforcement mechanism that you've proposed is absolutely useless and completely unreliable. Congratulations. You've proven to everybody your whole fucking worldview is fucking stupid.
How does the government do any better?
Yes, they do.
How?
You want to go? Do you want to go
How?
travel back in time to the
Because
Mongolian
police-
Empire or the Chinese Empire,
police
the
have
Han
a
Dynasty?
Police have a far higher rate of
Right, so this guy's a
shooting
child.
someone
So this
than a
guy's a
private
child. While getting all the
individual.
benefits from living
What?
in a liberal democratic
1 minute.
society, he's claiming the society
God.
he lives in is worse than the Mongolian Empire. An empire
never
that
said
allowed
that.
for fucking slave trade. There was no political dissent allowed.
empire is
Political dissenters would be murdered. They allowed for the rape of the rape of women. Genghis Khan and his elite
Describe
society was
how
able to
they
have vast harems of
How they
women that were kept as sex slaves.
that's a state.
He's claiming that is better than the liberal democracy he's living in. Again, you're
No, I
a
never
fucking
made that
child.
putting words in my mouth. You're
Oh, so now he's backing out of what he just said because he realizes it's ridiculous.
that's not
Oh, you're
what
straw
no.
manning me. You're putting words in my mouth. Even after you
Yeah,
just
you
said
are.
the government
Tell
we
me
have
back
right
then.
now is no better. You just said it. It's on video. You're an
better than
idiot.
Genghis Khan or what you're
Okay,
describing.
why don't you just go
What
to the
Genghis
fucking
Khan
question
is intellectual
section? Like,
capital.
I'm done.
Holy
This guy's a
shit.
Are
fucking
you sitting the
toddler.
rest of your time?
Yeah, this guy's a toddler. Just go
Okay.
to the fucking question section.
Okay.
Uh,
Do you guys want me to set a 30-minute timer here, or do you guys want to take questions until there's no more questions?
I mean, I can go for however long.
Yeah, I can go for however long.
Cool. All right, we're going to go ahead and start taking questions. In
Hurry
the
up to go
audiences on YouTube, join discord.gg/politics. You can raise your hand, chat with us. We'd love to have you. We've got Ditzo up first. What's going on?
There we go. All right, was
Howdy.
muted. Hello. Hola, Taco, pura vida. Oh, good.
Guten Tag.
Vegan, 8-bit. Thank you for having me, everyone.
Can you turn
I
your
just
mic
wanted
up
to
a little
come
bit?
up. Sure, give me a second. I gotta turn off my ventilators. One moment.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm in tropical Costa Rica, so it's hot here. It gets hot.
Understandable.
Anyhow. So, thank you for having me. Very interesting conversation. I do have 2 questions for each, but before I give those 2 questions, 8-bit, you did mention the situation of the Zapatistas with Comandante Marcos in Chiapas, Mexico. That's what you were referring to?
Oh, and Chiron?
You were saying that there is a society functioning under anarcho-capitalist ideals in Mexico. Are you referring to the Zapatistas, Subcomandante Marcos, who is retired now, and the whole situation in Chiapas?
I don't think so. I'm talking about Tirán, Mexico. It's a city in Michoacán. So
Oh, you're
I'm not
talking
sure.
about Michoacán.
Well, specifically the city of Tirán within Michoacán.
Okay, so first, well, that's why I wanted the clarification. That's a conversation for another day, but there are mistakes you're making in the interpretation of. Luckily, you were not talking about the Zapatistas because they did not do that, but in Chirán, Michoacán, it's not anarcho-capitalist. I've been many times in Mexico. I'm from Costa Rica, but Mexico, I have a lot of business. So another day we can clarify. There's a lot of mistakes of what you're saying, but let me enter to the
I didn't say
questions.
it was anarcho-capitalist per se, but like some form of anarchism. But yeah, go on.
Okay, but that will be another conversation for another day. So my two main questions. First for 8-bit, can you cite from the modern histories, particularly from the era of industrial revolution to today, an effective moment when private market has regulated itself without the involvement of any government? That's the first question. And the second question is, in modern era, particularly post-war, if we look at the illegal drug market, would you accept that market is a complete is a an put is a form of anarcho-capitalism that has no involvement with the government to a degree, and that we see that the resolution of conflict within that market is violence at the end?
Let's see.
Those are my questions for you. Then I'll
Okay.
ask for Biggie. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
so the first one was the private market regulating itself around the time of the Industrial Revolution to when again?
Today.
Oh, to today. See, I mean, there are plenty of instances. One that comes to mind, since you mentioned the Industrial Revolution, like a lot of people were, an issue they bring up regarding that was like child workers. The thing was like they were phasing that out by time they had banned it, because they really aren't as productive as adults, so they wouldn't be hiring. They wouldn't have hired children anyway. So
That's retarded. They don't have to be as productive. One of the reasons why they use child labor is because they're cheap, or you can make them work for fucking free. So even if they're less productive, you end up making more fucking money because you can exploit the shit out of them. And kids are good for certain things, like chimney sweeping. It's hard to fit an adult up a chimney, very easy to fit a kid.
So
yeah, but that's
in that sense, let me ask you something, 8-bit.
Cost more to
In the last 100 years, particularly in the turn of last century, with the historical achievements of labor protections, are you saying that was because of the private market? Are you saying that the people who were protesting back at that time frame, demanding 8-hour work shifts, demanding protections on each of the industries to protect from injuries, bodily or otherwise, to avoid child labor, that was exclusively and uniquely because of private market? Those achievements were made?
I'm not sure. I'm not as familiar with that stuff. I would have to look into that one specifically.
That, my friend, was a rhetorical question. The answer was no. To the second question in this matter.
Oh yeah, the drug market. I would actually argue that it is because of the government involvement that is not
How is the
an
government
anarcho-capitalist system. So the government bans drugs essentially. So that basically it created the ability, the avenue for cartels and other heinous individuals such as what's his name, Escobar, to form. You know,
No.
their
Okay, so
own-
you're
So
accepting-
these same
Emerge.
organizations would exist today.
He's
It's just that
asking
they'd be
me-
less violent.
excuse me, vegan. He's asking me, trying to explain something here. So
Well, you're not
basically
explaining
the
shit.
government-
You're just lying. No, these
You're-
drug dealers would still exist today. They would just
He's
likely
asking
be
me.
less violent because they don't need to use that violence in order to protect themselves from the police or each other.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to explain. If there was no government regulation, you wouldn't have had people like Pablo Escobar emerge.
No, they would have, and they likely still would have been violent. It's just that they would likely be less violent because they'd end up with less competition from the police.
And let me kick in
But
into that real
the police
quickly.
actually in some areas protect them. Like there's in
Yes,
Baltimore.
that's
there's-
because of corruption
forget-
from these drug dealers.
Yeah, it's as if there being a centralized monopoly on power.
Oh,
isn't
weird.
that-
Oh, what's the solution to that under anarcho-capitalism? Nothing?
Not giving them a centralized monopoly on power to exploit.
What's the solution? You're just saying your ideal. What's the solution?
I
Nothing.
just told you.
No, that's not
so
a solution.
remember, this isn't another cross exam.
Yeah,
This
sure,
is
okay,
for you to
whatever.
get
Yeah,
ammunition
sure.
for the closings.
I mean,
So,
there's property law.
okay,
Go on.
8-bit. The question, unfortunately, was not answered fully. It is important to
Oh, I
say,
was interrupted.
I'm glad that you accept that the provision of drugs have fueled the private interest of that market to supply the demand in that sense. However, it is a perfect anarcho-capitalist market because there's no involvement of the government in its
No.
production, distribution, and sale chains. There's no involvement of the government to control questions of quality control and sanitary controls within substances that are being used and
Again,
consumed by humans. And not only that, but we see that the only interdiction that the government has is the persecution of those substances, and the whole market around that. So, if a anarcho-capitalist, its ultimate goal is a completely and utterly liberated market, wouldn't the resolution of conflict between markets and self-interest of private sectors ultimately be violence?
No.
Killing each other off for the monopoly and the control of that market?
No, the reason violence.
Yeah, he's gonna lie. Yeah, he's gonna lie. Tribal societies
you-
do this. We've already covered
Oh
this.
my
He's just
God.
gonna blab.
Well, let's
You're
not
just really
poison the
gonna
well here.
interrupt.
And
Well, it's
go
not
ahead
well
and answer
poisoning.
the
That's just
question.
what he's doing.
No, you're being an ass. You keep interrupting
Oh well,
me.
what
I'm
do you?
trying to
Well, you're an
explain to you.
anarcho-capitalist, right? So
Okay.
I should be allowed to do this.
Oh my god.
Megan,
This is
can we
Taco's
let him
room.
answer?
He gets to
Well,
we
I
agree
thought you
to-
were
Let's go ahead
against.
and-
I thought you were
No.
against control.
So
No,
let's
I
go
never
ahead.
said that.
So let's go ahead and
I
answer
believe-
the question. And there's 11 more people with hands raised. And
Yeah.
if Dietzo wants to ask more questions, we can have you raise your hand again and come back at the tail end. We're gonna try to
Yes.
keep this to 1 or 2 questions each, right?
So
Yes.
it was because of the government basically prohibiting these substances that allowed people like Pablo Escobar to emerge in the first place, because basically since it's already illegal, that allows people like Pablo Escobar to, they're already doing something illegal, so might as well go all the way and be willing to kill people. I lost my train of thought.
Nobody would sell drugs if it were legal.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
gotcha. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying no one would sell drugs. It's just like there's no incentive to murder And,
Yeah, there is. It's getting a larger market share. That's the incentive.
No.
Yes, if you murder another drug dealer, then you get a larger share of the market. So if you're a violent person and
Yeah,
you're
and
willing
that
to do
opens
that
you
in
up
order
to
to get
violence
money,
as
you will
well.
do that. This is what tribal
The
societies have done since the beginning of fucking
You're
history.
assuming that you're assuming that people have no sense of self-preservation. Okay, because like
Sorry, how
aggressing
do you
on people,
explain
that
tribal
opens you.
genocides?
Do you really think like going around killing
Why
people
do
isn't
people
going to
go to
put a
war?
massive target on? Do you really think that going around
Yes.
killing people
Yes.
isn't going to put a massive target on your head? It doesn't. Killing people doesn't put a massive target on your head.
Not if
Explain
nobody.
that to me.
So first of all, not if nobody sees
How does nobody
it.
know about it? How does nobody know about it?
Secondly,
How do
that can
you go around killing
disincentivize people from targeting you
without-
because they know you're dangerous. So that can go both ways. People might target you. People might also be afraid of you, especially if you have a gang or a large
Okay, so
organization.
there's one of you in all the rest of society. Okay, you're really gonna go up against every.
Oh, okay. So explain drug dealers. Explain drug dealers. If they're so, explain how drug dealers exist.
Hang
just
on,
wanted
this
to
is
step
not another
off.
cross
I'm done.
exam. What's going on, Ditso?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that thank you for having me. I'll wait for another turn to ask my questions to Vegan, but I know there's many other people out there, so please drop me off and have a new person come in. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Take your time.
This is hilarious. He's saying,
I'm gonna
oh,
take
well,
Liz
if people
real
act violently, then people won't like them. Okay, well, then please explain to me how Pablo Escobar and everybody exists. Oh, it would put a target on their head, right? They'd never do anything violent because they'd get targeted, right? Like again, every explanation you have for how this would work in an anarcho-capitalist system, you then directly contradict yourself. It's just hilarious.
Hey, Evo, what's going on?
Hey, man, I think there's little evidence of anarcho-capitalistic systems because, well, you guessed it, because they're going to fail, most likely to fail. The reason is that if kind of anybody can do anything, society tends to want order, and so that's why government systems work, right? So when you say you want or you prefer anarcho-capitalism, there's way too many disadvantages, and that's why historically they've kind of never worked, right? So I think modern government and free market capitalism is an evolution from these primitive tribal systems, right? The inception of free market capitalism began in Sweden, I think in 1664, and England developed it a little bit better. And there's more examples, and that's how things evolve, banking systems, etc. So if society was to move to anarcho-capitalism, you'd have chaos because there's a lot of logistical governmental things that work because of the free market capitalism, right? So I'm struggling to find any evidence or support for anarcho-capitalism besides just saying that it gives people freedom.
Well, no, you don't understand. It works because if people just followed 8-Bit's advice, it would work. It's just that nobody follows the rules, of which there are no rules. But if they followed the rules that don't exist, that he made up, then it would work. People just don't do it right.
I'm back. What happened?
So this is the Q&A. Eva, what is the question?
I'm just going to go take a piss. He's probably just asking the 8-Bit anyway, but I'll be back in like a minute.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I just got back. Yeah, no worries. Let me just summarize real quick. The question is, how would anarcho-capitalism work today, or in any period in general, because of the lack of evidence of its success, and even the lack of evidence of anarcho-capitalist systems, anyways.
Well, in what manner do you mean, like, how would it work today? Like, is there like a specific field?
Well,
or...
it's any, like, where would anarcho-capitalism work today, let alone history? I mean, there's so little evidence for it.
I mean, anywhere really. How it would work? There's let's see, what was it? Covenant communities is one sort of manner. Basically, voluntary association, people are going to want to survive, fulfill their needs and whatnot. They're going to continue trade and
And
such.
where exactly? Can you give an example or a location?
Like a specific, like a state or something. I mean, like
Anywhere on the planet right now, where would anarcho-capitalism work?
you mean like where would it best work?
Or just work in general?
I mean, it could work anywhere if everyone's in agreement.
So
probably like Switzerland.
This
Probably
is a
one of the better
point that
places.
this is a point I made earlier. The world runs on power. A single individual does not have as much power as an entity or a state or a government. And this is why governments arise. It's because it gives people more power and more protections. It has greater survivability. That's why you see these systems arise over and over and over again, and you never see anarcho-capitalist systems arise. They have less survivability. They don't have a government. They don't give you protections against other individuals, against entities, against outside foreign entities. That's why they never exist. And this guy keeps arguing, oh no, it's better. It has greater survivability. Oh, it has all these benefits. But he can't actually demonstrate any societies actually adopting the system, having greater survivability and greater benefits. He lives in a fantasy world. It's like talking to a communist, but it's just the opposite end of the political spectrum. It's like, oh, no, if they did communism right, it would be so good.
Here to actually protect you.
I think he came severely underprepared. And I do have a question, but for you, Vegan Gains.
Sure.
So,
I
free
underestimate
market capitalism has its benefits, sure. However, if you look at today in the U.S., it's seeming to be more crony capitalism, where it seems that like business have just too much influence in government. And it seems like they get them to pass. You know what I mean? So like, what would be your solution to that? Like, how would free market capitalism work now in the future? How could we make it work?
Yeah, so I think one of the big issues you're seeing is there's no more real economic expansion. So what's going on is you have a very small percentage of elite, like mega millionaires or billionaires, sucking money out of the middle class. This is an especially huge problem in Canada, the UK, Australia. Rather than actually creating any real economic productivity, you're seeing these schemes to like massively raise housing prices and just get money that way. That's why you're seeing these GDP increases, but it's not real GDP. It's just numbers on a sheet. What's really going on is you're just seeing a transfer of wealth from the middle class to the upper class. A way around that is just to tax the fuck out of rich people. So just give them a higher marginal tax rate and lower the marginal tax rate. So tax people 90% at the higher margin. I've seen different numbers float around. Sam Cedar and some other, I don't know exactly what you'd call them, like liberal progressives suggest taxing people who make over 3 million, a 90% marginal tax rate. I know Bill Gates has recommended a 90% marginal tax rate at 30 million. But what that's going to do is it's just going to prevent people from having ridiculous vast amounts of wealth and using that wealth to basically suck out more wealth from the middle class. And you can just redistribute money. You can invest in more social programs. You can invest in more like government subsidized housing, healthcare. Just put that money and invest it into the middle class and take it away from like these super, super wealthy, ultra productive mega millionaires and billionaires. And that would prevent that issue.
That's going to be a great way to drive the productive class out of your country.
That's what you're doing. That's what's happening right now without those marginal tax rates.
That's what that tax rate's going to do.
No. No, so
What do you think of
so
Trump's?
how
What
are
do
all
you
these
think of
private
Trump's
equity
tariff?
firms buying up all the private real estate? Why
What
are
do you think of
housing
Trump's
prices
tariff?
increasing so much? It's because there's very
Housing
little
prices are
actual
increasing
economic
because
there's very little actual economic productivity. We're kind of reaching a ceiling. We have limited resources on the planet, and especially when you go by country, there's especially limited resources. And what these mega millionaires and billionaires are doing now is they're finding ways to suck out money from the middle class so that they can keep getting wealthier. And in order to prevent that, you need to give them a higher marginal tax rate. So, yeah, you might see GDP figures maybe be stagnant, but these
And
GDP
these rich
figures
people
are
have the
ridiculous.
money to flee the country if they want. They don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, well,
So
they're not
just
going
gonna
to
take
flee.
their
Where are they
business
going to go
out
to?
of the country.
China, Russia, where they're fucking shitholes and their money is owned by the fucking state, and they can just be killed
I
if
don't know,
they ever commit
Switzerland,
political
Malta,
dissent.
some other country.
Yeah, right. There's nowhere to go. The United States, Canada, like all these Western countries, these are the wealthiest countries, and especially the United States. They have the largest, like the United States has probably the largest domestic market. So the idea that these mega millionaires and billionaires would flee to some other country that has a lower standard of living, where they have less economic opportunity, it's just ridiculous. They'd never do that. Stupid.
What do you think of Trump's tariffs?
They're stupid.
What do you think that does to the economy? Yeah, why do you think they're stupid?
Well,
What do you
they
think
do absolutely nothing.
Hey.
Like I can give you a great example. He made 25 or 50% tariffs on Canadian lumber. He claimed that, we don't need Canadian lumber. Well, actually you do. The only lumber that you can get, that the United States has access to at a reasonable price, is from Canada. There is very little domestic lumber that can actually be used for building things like houses. They need to get that from Canada. The only other source that they can get it from are places like Russia. It's because of the certain type of tree that's grown in a certain type of climate. So basically, he massively increased the cost of building materials in the United States. Now they're having to buy more expensive lumber from places like Russia, while increasing building costs and slowing the economy down. What's the benefit there?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it raises costs for us, right?
Okay, remember,
The
this
cost
is not
of
another
gas
cross
gets passed
exam.
yeah.
I know. Okay, sorry.
Hey, Amnesiac, good to have you. What's going on?
So I have one question to 8-Bit and one question to Vegan Gains. Forgive me, I have kind of a sickness, but that's why my voice kind of sounds weird. But yeah, my first question is to Vegan Gains. So you said earlier how tribal societies, for instance, in the Americas, were rampant, had involved rampant tribal genocide and had social systems which were unsustainable and were violent, and there wasn't that much social mobility. Um, if that is true, which I'm willing to bet it is, would you say then that the colonization of the Americas, and to a lesser extent the African continent, was better for those continents?
Yes, absolutely. So there's a very high likelihood that North American tribal societies may never have developed technology. A lot of these tribal societies never learned how to craft metals. They were literally in the Stone Age. They may have indefinitely been in the Stone Age. So, and again, they would have been prone to sickness, disease, exposure, die in the winter, lack of food resources. Native Americans actually caused the extinction of the buffalo, one of their main food sources. You would have seen mass deaths, and they were constantly committing tribal warfare and genocide. So absolutely, for these people, it would have been a net benefit, at least for their ancestors, for colonization.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Now, my question is to 8-Bit. My problem with your anarcho-capitalist vision is that, and Vegan Gains might actually know a little bit about this. In Canada and other places, what we're seeing is a growing anti-American sentiment, And one part of that anti-American sentiment is against the sort of ideology which I would assume informs this anarcho-capitalist sort of system, that of individual liberty and free markets, and also of that individual liberty trumping any concerns of safety. A lot of these people don't really care how much how much their economic freedom is accosted if it means that they have peace. In fact, one of the lines in the first lines in the Canadian Constitution is that it was designed for peace, order, and good government. Now, I would say then that the anarcho-capitalism would not be sustainable in these places like Eastern Canada, where the anti-American sentiment is common, and thus such a system would be unpopular. So, what is your response to that?
I'm not sure what the point that is.
So yeah, I
I'm
would
not even sure
say.
what you're
So yeah, my point is that in a lot of these countries, sort of ideology which informs anarcho-capitalism, which
a lot of them are like left wing.
yeah,
You
where
mean?
individual
you mean-
liberty or economic freedom is said to have trumped, safety and order and things like that. It's very unpopular in places like Canada.
Yeah, they tend to be fairly left wing, right?
So yeah, it wouldn't be popular. You would expect governments to form from that. So when what is put in place so that those areas specifically with anarcho-capitalism isn't very popular, a government from forming, and then it expand into the areas where it might be a little bit more popular, like in America.
Anarcho-capitalism would never take root in the United States.
Well,
the
I'm
question is
saying
for
for the
me.
sake of argument, it might, because it's the ideology that informs it a
I'm
little
trying
bit more
to
popular.
trying to follow his question. So you're saying you're asking what would prevent government from forming in that kind of place?
Yeah, in that sort of place where it's the ideology
so
that informs it is much less popular.
I mean, really, it's going to come down to the individuals.
Yeah, the individuals in the system,
Yeah,
majority of them do not find the system popular. They want order, they want peace, and they find that the economic freedom that comes from this system is doesn't make the system more desirable.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's it's really going to come down to their. It's going to come down to them. If they do decide to have a government, well, that's going to be on them. I mean, anarcho-capitalism isn't even too terribly popular here in the U.S., and that's why I'm trying to. Us anarcho-capitalists are trying to.
No, but what I'm saying is that
about.
I assume that anarcho-capitalism is informed by some sort of attitude against.
Right. Do you mean like how do you spread anarcho-capitalism to places like that?
No, what I'm saying is that I think
try
in
to
some
make it popular?
places it's just part of the culture. It's just part of the cultural attitude. Like in places like Japan, they have a very collectivist sort of attitude. That's just part of their attitude. I don't know how a laissez-faire society like the one you propose would even emerge there, let alone sustain itself.
Well, you know where
I mean,
anarcho-capitalism exists? The homeless.
You'd have to you would have to basically make the case for anarcho-capitalism to them, and it'll be up to them whether they agree with it or not.
Yeah, I would highly doubt that such a system would even emerge because of the fact that collectivism is like a main standing thing within Japanese culture.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, there's the possibility that things get just so bad that everyone gets fed up with the system. And
Yeah.
Like, by the way, this is kind of happening in South Africa. White South Africans, the Afrikaners, they know that there's going to be a collapse of the black majority South African government. Are they adopting anarcho-capitalism? No, they're basically creating their own little government system. They're creating their own communities and supplying themselves with business partnerships among each other. They're creating their own universities. They're creating their own public utilities that are funded within their community. They also have community leaders that are elected democratically. So weird. Every single time there's a failed state, people make their own fucking government. Weird how they don't go to anarcho-capitalism. It's almost as if it's completely and utterly fucking useless and it's a stupid idea. He can't, like again, this entire time, what has it been? Nearly 2 hours. He hasn't been able to give a single example of a modern society adopting anarcho-capitalism. The only thing that he can point to is ancient tribal societies that were constantly at war with each other, killing each other, and living like fucking savages.
No, that's you pointing to them. You're the one making the
Okay, cool. Show a modern functioning society that works in an anarcho-capitalist state.
What? Why do we even need
Right,
that?
right.
We
So it just doesn't work.
state-
Right, it just doesn't work.
The state doesn't work. The state doesn't work.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Well, it
I'm
does.
Not gonna lie, 8-bit.
Well,
The
it
numbers
does.
are-
So look,
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
no,
Just
no,
'cause
it
it's
does. No, it
functional
does.
Did that answer your questions, Amnesiac?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for coming up. We
Well,
appreciate
I wanted
you.
to hear what he had to say real quick.
Yeah, well, guess what? There have been many generations of Americans, many generations of British, many generations of French, many generations of Russians, Chinese. How many generations have lived under anarcho-capitalism in a functioning society? You can't even name one.
Real capital hasn't been tried.
Hello, Chef Poppy.
Howdy,
What's
Chef.
going on?
Good evening, gentlemen. Vegan
Yeah.
Games, how are you, Richard?
What up, dude?
This has nothing to do with the free market capitalist, but I really would like your opinion on one thing, Richard. I have access to both judo and wrestling for self-defense, and I would like for you to tell me which one would you choose?
For self-defense, specifically, I would probably go with judo. The main reason is you'll learn very useful throws where you can smash people on the concrete. So you can pick them up and smash them on their head or just beat them down. Wrestling is extremely good. I would highly recommend learning both. One big benefit with wrestling is they really make you fight for top position, which is like remarkably important for self-defense in a real world scenario. That's a huge failing of jiu-jitsu. Judo doesn't really focus so much on the ground game, but if you do end up going on the ground, you really want to know wrestling. I would say wrestling is more important than jiu-jitsu if you do end up on the ground. But self-defense scenario, since you're a bigger dude and you're probably going to be bigger and stronger than most other people, judo, just knowing how to throw somebody down on the ground and land them on their head, super important.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Now, for striking and for speed, I'm in practicing for both Muay Thai and boxing, but what would you choose if not for either of those options?
I would probably stick to boxing. Kicks are usually less useful in a street fight and a little more risky. So I'd probably stick with boxing. Boxing's also a lot better with head movement. So yeah, I'd probably stick to boxing.
Okay. That's what I figured. All right, gentlemen, that's all that I have for now.
Yes, thank you for the great questions. Have a great one. And then we've got Synth. What's going on?
What's poppin'? Yeah, we got a question for the 8-bit guy. So, is it always wrong to initiate force, 8-bit?
Yeah.
Is it wrong to initiate force against an animal?
No.
Well, that's going to be contradiction number one, but here's going to be reductio number one.
How's that a
So,
contradiction?
both, it is always the case that it's wrong to initiate force, and it's not always the case.
Let's
it's wrong to initiate force.
hey. Let's keep it on topic. And then we've got.
You can
I think you should bring him back because it is sort of on topic. Again, presumably
Yeah.
under a narco-capitalist system, this would be a relevant issue.
Yeah.
We
Vegan
really
and I
shouldn't talk about that topic though.
about like
It's
you have
at
a different
it's at the very
question,
least
yeah.
Contradiction of the
adjacent.
video.
I think you should just give an
Yeah.
opportunity to like see where he goes with it. It's at least adjacent.
Yeah, just Taco just got some beef with me. It's no big deal. No pun intended. Look, 8-bit.
I don't know
So
who
like
you are.
obviously, you know, you talked before. 8-bit, you agree that it's always wrong to initiate force, and yet there are examples where you don't think it's wrong to initiate force, correct?
It's wrong to initiate force against other people.
Okay. You only think it's wrong to initiate force against other people, but it's not wrong to initiate force against an animal.
A non-human animal, sure.
So under ANCAP ethics, is it okay to rape dogs?
Hey, we're not going to do that.
so.
Hey, we'll just move on to the next one.
What I will say is that you would probably get ostracized from your community, so it's certainly not in your rational self-interest. And even if you know,
That's not true.
could get away with it, you know, probably in a pretty poor position.
That's just
Vegan.
a crazy topic. What's up, Juanito?
Yeah.
Vegan. Are you aware of the freak offs that the mods of the server engage in? The gay masturbation.
No idea. All right. Well, I pulled up Ditso, but I removed you for Ocean's Fly because he hasn't been up yet. Ditso,
Hello.
raise your hand again. What's going on?
Hello. Okay. Okay. We're gonna stay on topic. I'm sorry, but that boxing over Muay Thai thing got me. I'm sorry. I would not agree. But I will say, 8-bit. Let's say I am in need of healthcare. I need it pretty bad. Is it an emergency? No, but it looks like it might be. Let's say it's internal bleeding, but the emergency room can't fix it because let's say it's something, maybe something that requires a cystoscopy, right? For example,
I don't know what a cystoscopy is.
any situation. Okay, let's just say I need healthcare and I don't have no money. What happens? What do I do in an anarcho-capitalist society?
Are you part of a mutual aid society?
A mutual aid society?
Yeah.
No.
You could ask for help from other people. Then I guess.
Oh, okay. I just guess I'll just go back. All right. So
yeah, I mean, like, it would be incumbent upon you to join a mutual aid society ahead of, any sort of issues arising. That way, you have access to healthcare and other welfare services, and it would be a privately run sort of form.
Yeah, it would all be private. There'd be no public sector. So chances are, I might just be fucked. I might be fucked.
Well, by the way, their ancient
not necessarily.
societies had a solution to this. It was slavery. So you would sell yourself as a slave to pay off debt. So if you like the idea of slavery, then yeah, narco-capitalism's great.
Yeah, no, I'm not a Christian. I don't support slavery. But I will say that I will say that I don't know, like when I'm thinking of anarcho-capitalism, like I'm not gonna lie, bro. I kind of think of like BioShock when it comes to like a laissez-faire, and one guy was rising up, and then everything kind of got fucked, right? Do you support any regulations on drugs at all that could fuck up a society?
No, I think that communities should be able to create their own rules and enforce them.
So in BioShock, there's a drug called Adam, right? So metaphorical Adam,
Yeah,
right? If someone by the name of Frank Fontaine started growing and started becoming bigger than the government, right? Which was Andrew Ryan.
Magical brain slug juice, right?
I mean, anything metaphorical, like there are some hardcore drugs out there, like you know what I mean, like opioids. Like you would just like deregulate opioids.
It took a magical drug from a magical sea slug to bring down the supposedly ANCAP society. Like you have to go to a appeal to magic for that.
Okay, well, I hope you appeal to a history book and maybe a dictionary, and maybe some Lexapro and Zoloft. All right, you guys have a good one. Peace.
Thank you, Oceans. Appreciate you coming up.
Have a good one.
And then we've got somebody who I can't read their name. Neophyte?
Howdy.
What's going on?
No, I was just wondering if we could bring synth back up. That's just all I wanted to ask.
Which one was synth?
If we can keep it on topic. And then we've got Super Salty Lemon.
Yo, what's
Howdy.
going on?
Howdy.
So I'm only curious, does free market capitalism just mean like the government has no interference in it, or
Yeah, more or less.
Do you
Ideally,
not
no
think-
government whatsoever.
do you not think it might be dangerous to leave the health and safety of people up to corporations?
I mean, versus a monopoly on
Government.
force.
I mean, sure, yeah. A
But-
democratic monopoly on force, but yeah.
Well, why would you think centralized government, a single
Well,
entity,
because you can vote for
would
them.
have?
It's more power than a corporation.
Have you ever heard
who-
of the Radium Girls?
You can
Not
you can
familiar.
vote
No.
for you can vote for your corporation too through who you give
No,
money
you
to.
can't.
But not
so-
really. I mean, if one corporation
Okay.
owns literally everything, then you can't. Like that's
How would they own literally everything?
well, that's what a monopoly
They
is.
don't.
and
They
that's what
don't
a
even
free
have to
market would
own
allow.
everything. There
they-
could just
how would
be.
they-
There could be market collusion. There could be just standard market practices where nobody really
Mar-
has an incentive to.
Market collusion like a cartel.
Yeah. So,
where
dude,
they
have you ever
form a
heard of the
cartel?
Radium Girls?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Radium Girls. Those.
So under anarcho-capitalism,
they were
you'd be
given-
fine
they
with
were given paint.
using
They were
radium.
giving.
Yeah.
They were given radioactive paint.
Yeah.
And they decided to paint their own
Yeah,
teeth
and
with it.
who
That's
who
stupid.
banned that
That's
practice?
their own. They shouldn't have been painting their own.
Yeah.
teeth.
So how
They
do you
didn't know it was
resolve this under
radioactive.
anarcho-capitalism?
That was their own dumb decision.
No,
was
it
the
wasn't
company's
because they didn't even know.
material.
First of all, they didn't even at the time they didn't even know radiation was harmful. Only the company did. You're talking about a less educated society. And when these girls ended up getting health problems, the company would get their own doctor to diagnose them with syphilis so that they'd shut up, not talk about it, and they'd be so fucking embarrassed to ever like mention they have syphilis, they'd keep quiet about it to everybody.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
So how do you get rid of an issue like that under anarcho-capitalism? There's also a few instances of factory owners locking their employees in the building because they didn't like their employees going out for lunch, taking breaks, or going to the bathroom. They locked them in the building caught fire, and they murdered like 80 fucking employees in a fire. So again, how do you deal with that under an anarcho-capitalist system?
Just
Well,
don't
I
buy the
mean-
products. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
that
they
was a
would go
joke,
out
by
of
the way. I
business.
wasn't agreeing with.
Oh, that would have. They would go out of business for doing that.
But no, they wouldn't.
No,
Like,
they
if-
didn't.
if-
Well, they didn't.
People would
I mean,
stop buying the
Coca-Cola
product.
They
has
didn't.
done atrocities like that before, like in literally
Yeah, I don't buy
anywhere.
Coca-Cola.
You don't buy Coca-Cola, but most people do, and it has no effect on their. The only way we could stop corporations from murdering an entire Congo is by having laws that say, "Sorry, their water's cheaper or whatever. The plants are better. The sugarcane's cheaper. You can't kill everybody."
I mean,
Sorry.
you have the government protecting them, though.
Not really. No.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the government checks them, but people don't.
Yeah, under anarcho-capitalism, you wouldn't have the government protecting them.
No, not protecting them. There is no government to protect them. They're in a shithole country with no government, dude. Like the government's more corrupt than anything. If anything, that's more.
What country has no government?
Well, they have governments. It's insanely corrupt, though.
Yeah, it's a corrupt government protecting the company. That's what
Yeah,
I
of course. So the company would be protecting itself, no? If it was just a
said.
company.
No, the government would be protecting the company because it's the corrupt government.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but if there was literally no government to begin with, okay? So now I'm like kind of shifting it.
Right.
Wouldn't that be the same as having a corrupt government working with you? Like it's not the same.
No. No.
I guess it's a little
because
bit different, but in
'cause you
the
don't have-
outcome of it.
You have that avenue of corruption to exploit as the
Well,
company.
by the
doesn't
way,
have
this
that
can
avenue of corruption
this
to
can work
exploit.
both ways.
I'm explaining. I'm trying to explain something, and you're interrupting me.
Well, I'm agreeing with you somewhat,
You're
and I'm
interrupting.
disagreeing. I'm not interrupting. So first of all, yeah,
you are interrupting. You did
a corrupt
interrupt me. I was
government.
talking when you started speaking.
No, you weren't. So a corrupt
yeah,
government can
I was
both.
speaking. I was
a
speaking.
corrupt
Vegan
government
Gains,
can
you
both
interrupted
help
me.
hide
You interrupted
corruption.
me. Vegan Gains, you interrupted me. You
Okay,
did.
Blab,
Don't
say
fucking
yeah.
lie.
All right, let's
uh-huh.
let 8-Bit respond real fast, and then Vegan
Oh
Games
my
can
God.
respond after. That seems fair.
So you don't have the government there to protect you. You
Right.
are basically at mercy of that goodwill you have with everyone else in that area.
That's a system.
Oh
That
wow,
sounds
thank you. You repeated yourself twice.
You
really
just lied.
needed to make sure you finish that thought. Okay, great.
Oh my God.
So, a corrupt government can aid in protecting corruption, but even if a corrupt government is there, that can actually help expose corruption, because there are
That's
going to be
retarded.
dissenting members in a government, and the larger the organization, the more likely there is to be leaks. It's kind of like the moon landing conspiracy bullshit. So if NASA and the government were corrupt and these large agencies were trying to hide some sort of corruption scandal, just the nature of the size of these entities, you're going to end up getting information leaks. So even if you have
You
a
mean like
corrupt
what happens
government,
in our
that's still
government?
likely a benefit to exposing corruption.
You mean like what happens in our government all the time?
Sure. Yeah, our government's pretty corrupt. I agree.
Yeah.
It could be better. Trump is a
Under-
horrible president.
Did that answer your questions, Lemon?
Yeah, it was a great answer. So the answer was, there was no answer to the question. No, actually, I said what's stopping giant corporations from just destroying everything with no legal repercussions, and my answer was,
there's the profit incentive. For one.
yeah, the profit incentive is to sell you bread with sawmill dust in it, so they can make more money per loaf of bread.
Not really, because without regulations, anyone can create a competing business that would provide a better product.
Yeah, but not really. Like again, if there's
Yeah.
if they're
If
the biggest bread
everybody's
company,
doing
they
that.
can
What do you mean,
outprice.
not really?
They
What do
can
you mean, not really?
outprice, outmarket. I mean, if that's the case, literally there would be a bakery everywhere. Like you can make
It's
a bread
entirely
pack.
possible the bakery selling sawdust bread would be able to sell for a cheaper price, and people would buy that bread unwittingly, and they would get a market advantage from fucking people over. So
That-
that's
exactly,
not
it
true. So I don't know
incentivizes-
why you could assume either way, but I don't know why that would be necessarily a market protection. It could be a disadvantage against protection.
Poor people would just be eating sawdust, which is good. The outcome of this is poor people eat sawdust, rich people get good bread, and nothing bad happens because of capitalism.
Not necessarily.
I think it's a great idea. Well, that was a good answer. The answer was no. All right, love you guys.
Thank you for the
Oh yeah,
questions.
Vegan Gains. I remember seeing you a while ago. You're jacked, dude. Good shit.
Thanks.
All right, peace.
Thank you, Lemon. Then we've got Julia.
Hi.
Howdy.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. My first question is for Vegan Games. You mentioned having a high income tax on the rich. How would you avoid like the buy, borrow, die strategy so that way they actually pay taxes?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a strategy where it's you take loans out against your assets, so that way, because a loan isn't a taxable income, they still grow and they still have a ton of money, but they can't pay taxes on it. If that makes sense.
I don't see that becoming a problem because they just end up becoming massively over leveraged. They're not going to have enough income to actually sustain that kind of model.
Okay. Thank you. And then for 8-bit, you mentioned there not being a limitation on drugs in society. And then I kind of want to build because you said like in Pure Magic before. Prior to the opium wars for China, we had a introduction of opium from the British, and then we saw the Chinese economy collapse, the Chinese household collapse because of the overwhelming addiction. So do you still think that just not regulating drugs is fine?
Well, it's not that there shouldn't be any regulations, it's that the government shouldn't be regulating it. I believe it should be up to communities to police themselves and
Right, like
decide
black
what
people
they
in the
do
crack
and don't
epidemic.
allow.
Yeah, it really works out
Okay,
like black
so-
people during the crack epidemic.
Okay, so just continuing with China, these Chinese communities did not necessarily, they didn't know opium was so harmful, but the British did. The
Right.
more knowledgeable organizations did. So how would you prevent these communities when we have a richer, more powerful organization who knows the harms but sells them anyway for money? How would you avoid the poor communities from getting exploited and addicted anyways?
Just outreach efforts. Basically sharing information, as much information as possible.
How would you conduct these outreach programs if, once again, the information was held by the upper communities who would
Well,
want
I
to make
mean,
money?
like there could be. I mean, it's entirely privately run, so there's no any one way to do anything. But I could imagine. Was it the mutual aid societies? They tend to do a lot of like community outreach kind of programs, the community building kind of stuff.
Yeah, and drug dealers can
Yeah,
just
okay.
kill them all so that nobody will figure
Yeah.
out that the drugs are bad, and then they can just
How
keep
do you-
selling drugs.
You're assuming that that would actually be able to happen like perfectly
Yes, that
every
does
time.
happen.
Are you clairvoyant or something?
No, I'm not
Are you able to
clairvoyant.
predict the
I just
future?
read.
How do you
The
know it's
cartel
going to,
does
how
this,
you know
by the
they're
way,
going to be able to kill like everyone in the mutual aid society?
because the cartel does
How are you
this.
going to make sure that? How are you gonna-
You
how
realize
are you gonna
they've
make sure that
attacked like
no
things
one-
like rehab centers.
and that doesn't like raise suspicion, like, hey, we're seeing these rehab centers getting destroyed. Maybe there's something going on here. That
You
doesn't-
expect drug addicts to act completely rationally.
so she's asking like, how do we prevent like the stuff from taking a hold there in the first place? So it's preventative. What I'm talking about.
So, under anarcho-capitalism, there will be aid organizations that warn people about drugs that haven't even come into the community yet.
I mean, they could. Why?
Yeah,
Why is that
yeah, they
absurd?
could, but
Why
it's
is that
just
absurd?
too bad it's never happened.
Why is that
And you
absurd?
can't point to any example
How
of
is
it
that-
ever happening.
So that could never happen, is what you're saying. That will never happen.
Oh, I mean, butterflies could fly out of somebody's ass.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying it's
you could-
impossible.
You just all you're doing is just taking this tone, being real bitchy and saying,
Well,
oh,
you
your
believe
idea,
in
well, that's silly.
anarcho-capitalism, so what are you going to
Oh,
do
you
about
think-
it? Are you
oh,
going to
you think
complain to
the
the
government-
police? Are you going to report me to the police
Let's
for
not
that?
go well, I admit.
Oh, you think the government's going to protect you? You think that paying your taxes like a good little boy? Is
Yeah,
going
well,
to,
you keep complaining
win you
about my
favor?
attitude. Well, you're an anarcho-capitalist. Are you going to complain to the police? Are you going to complain to the police? Yeah, right. You can't do
gonna
shit.
complain to
Right,
the
that's
police?
right.
Are
You
you
can't
gonna
do shit.
complain to the
Wah, vegan gains is mean.
Are you going to? That's been your entire.
Yeah,
thing
right.
this
The
whole
jackass who says, "Oh, well,
you
why
gonna
don't you
complain
just
to the
get a
police?
gun and protect yourself?
All right.
You're
Julia,
being
did
mean
that
to
answer
me."
your question okay?
Your defense,
I'm sorry, I
your
couldn't hear you.
protection is your responsibility.
Did that answer your question
Oh,
okay?
so you're really protecting yourself by whining, "Vegan gains is being mean."
Yeah,
you're not making any substantive.
I'll accept the
arguments
answer so
against
that way it
the
doesn't escalate.
All right. Thank you, Julia. We appreciate you coming up. I'm going to pull up the next person. Leafy. I don't think we pulled up Leafy yet.
Go.
Hello?
What's going
I
on?
have multiple screenshots proving that the mods engage in.
Okay.
All right. We've got
With a
Matt.
Leafy fan name, I would expect as much.
Hello.
Yeah.
Howdy.
What's going on?
I would like to ask these two emotional gentlemen a question pertaining to the drug question that was asked earlier. I just want to know both of your stances on drug decriminalization and if they would both, or if drug decriminalization would work in either of your political ideologies. Like as a way to combat addiction.
Yeah, so the strategy that I would employ as far as combating addiction is legalize all drugs, sell them below cost to get rid of organized crime, regulate who can actually buy them, so don't like sell to kids or anything, and tax them. Or sorry, well, I guess you wouldn't be able to tax them, but also use some other government funds to give some rehab programs. There's been needle exchange programs that have opened up in various cities. Not only has it reduced HIV infection rates, but actual drug use rates have gone down because these drug users have been able to actually get help through these needle exchange programs. That seems to be roughly the most effective way, and you might also be able to use some mental health laws where you can forcibly commit some people who are in really bad trouble. But that seems to be the most effective strategy. These strategies where we just use policing to crack down on drug dealers, one, it doesn't seem to actually reduce use, and two, it creates another problem where you increase organized crime and they tend to become more violent as a result. So selling below the cost of production and supporting rehab programs seems to be the best strategy.
Let's see. I would say criminalizing basically what is a victimless crime is always going to have negative repercussions, and we have plenty of examples throughout history of that being the case, such as prohibition here in America. They outlawed alcohol, and it caused so many problems. Same for the drug war. Pretty much anything the U.S. government has declared war on, the government lost. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Fuck you, V.
Perfect removal, right? And then and then we've got Ditso. Ditso wants to come back up. What's going on, Ditso?
I guess he put his hand down.
I do have a lot of text questions, so
Oh, there
I'll
he
ask
is.
some of those.
He put his hand up.
So, would a resource-based economy be better than the free market capitalism due to the latter's impact on environmental degradation and short-term focus, profit, and public goods being less well-funded? That's for you, 8-Bit.
I don't know what a resource-based economy means. I mean, under a truly free market, there, people who own the property would be incentivized to maintain it to the best of their ability to ensure long-term sustainability. Oh, here we go. Is Ditso.
Gotcha.
Hold
So
on to turn out the ventilators.
Hey,
Do what?
Ditso.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good.
yeah, what's up?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
On. I'm gonna to my mic. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
We'll
But yeah,
pull Amnesiac back up.
okay. Howdy.
Yeah, so I would just say to ask Vegan Gains, does he feel a similar way about sex work? I heard his position on drugs. Does he feel a similar way about prostitution or sex work?
Yeah, so just like any other industry, it should be regulated. I don't see an issue with sex work so long as the industry is regulated. So you can do things like force condoms, enforce age restrictions, make it so women have to work in certain locations, like in a brothel. They can't invite like Johns to their house. You can include a bunch of market restrictions that make sex work safe for everybody involved. Versus just having it illegal and it being completely underground, or anarcho-capitalism where anyone can do anything, where you can spread HIV to everybody and nobody will figure out what these diseases are because there's no fucking government agency monitoring disease.
Yeah, and also I would say that criminalization has the problem where if you criminalize something, criminals are going to be more likely to partake in it, because now the area that prostitution is in the underground. So if something is in the underground, other industries in the underground, like the drug market or hitmen for hire or such and such, they're going to collide and be in the same
Yeah.
place. So they're going to be the same kind of people.
Yeah, that makes
It's
sense.
the same problem with it's the same problem with drugs. In places like Mexico, drugs in Mexico and in the United States, drugs are illegal, and the people who partake in the drug market, they commit murders. There's hitmen for hire. There's they do rapes, executions. They meddle in the political processes of their countries. There's a lot of issues. There's a lot of crime that goes on within that trade. However, in places like Denmark, where marijuana is legal, it's sold by hipsters in coffee shops, right? So, in the drug trade there is going to be carried out in the same places that where you buy tampons, or where you buy food, because there's not like an incentive, because there's not a restriction that would make it so that they would have to be in the underground.
Right. Yeah, and interestingly, you brought up the cartels and the whole drug trade. Legalization of marijuana in quite so many states here in the U.S. has led the cartel to seek other avenues of making money, making a profit. So like they've gotten into avocados, which is interesting. So they're going into I guess less violent, more legitimate.
Well, the
forms
issue with
of,
anarchism is
profit.
because there's no government restrictions, that is going to bias people with more violent tendencies, because you can use violence to create market advantages. So
Yeah, but whatever violence you could use on someone else, they could use on you as well.
well, no, not when you're talking about gangs that form. So one individual is not going to be able to be much force against a gang of individuals. In which
But
case,
you're
guess
assuming
what?
that-
People form their own gangs, and then there's a larger and larger gang, and then one gang wins out, and then it becomes a government. Oh, look, anarcho-capitalism failed again.
You're making a lot of assumptions there.
Yeah, assumptions. I read history books.
Before
You're
you guys,
just being dismissive. But anyway, go on.
yeah,
Sorry, Amnesia.
I also have a question towards 8-bit.
Yo.
We saw the thing I'm concerned about with your proposal of such a free market society is that I'm afraid that historical precedence has shown that approach does not work and often leads to economic turmoil. So a good example of that would be in the 20s. During the 20s, America had a very free market policy under the presidencies of Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover, and directly after the implementation of those policies, the Great Depression occurred. And another example would be in Ireland during the 90s. During the 90s, under Taoiseach John Bruton, which Taoiseach just means like a prime minister, under John Bruton's government, he implemented free market reforms which ushered in a period of economic growth known as the Celtic Tiger period. And directly after those reforms were made, directly after that was a recession in the Irish economy. And the most recent example would be during the government of Liz Truss, where it was radical free market reforms which led to economic turmoil. So historical precedence has shown that austerity and free market reforms haven't done. And so history has shown that these laissez-faire reforms aren't the best for these developed societies. So what will be your response to that?
I'm not so sure about what's going on over in the UK, but regarding Coolidge, he basically did very little as president, pretty much nothing, and the economy boomed. But Hoover was
Yeah, what?
far more hands-on.
Not really. No, not really.
Yeah. He
He's
tried
he.
to
Okay,
he
look,
created.
he spiked the tariff. All he did was spike the tariff rate, and that was
Well,
it. And
by the way, you
Coolidge,
can read Milton Friedman's book on the Great Depression. The reason the Great Depression happened was just because the Federal Reserve didn't do what they were supposed to do and stabilize the market and hand out loans. That's really
No,
the only reason the Depression happened. Hoover made the Depression a bit worse with
no.
tariffs on
The
Europe.
question was for me, Vegan Gains.
Yeah, but you're gonna blab and say stupid
Yeah,
shit. Like again, if anybody wants to read
Holy
about the Great
shit, he's
Depression in the
asking
U.S., you can
me.
just read
He's
Milton
asking
Friedman's
me.
book on the Great
Please
Depression.
allow 8-Bit to respond to the question. Then, if you want to comment, that's okay.
Yeah, well,
Thank
I
you.
just want to say, don't listen to 8, but just read
Yeah,
Milton
shut the fuck
Friedman's
up.
book on the fucking Great Depression, because everything he's about to say is going to be fucking stupid. The reason the Great Depression happened was because the Federal Reserve didn't step in and do what they were fucking supposed to do.
Can we just mute him?
yeah, another good example would be during the Great Recession during the late
The-
2000s, where you would have financial swaps, or there
Yeah.
was
And
a good regulation of financial swaps. And when you have the problem with these free market systems is that when you have these firms that owe money to so many people, right? And those
Yeah, and you had-
corporations, it's funny how you're talking about interruption, you're interrupting me.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just
So,
wasn't sure you were done. Sorry.
but yeah, when you are a corporation that owes money to a lot of people, if you make a mistake, if you bet the wrong way, now there's millions of people who are now in economic downturn, right? Because of the fact that this corporation made one mistake, right? So,
Well, regarding the recession of around 2008, the reason these companies, were able to do the things they did was because they knew that they could have the government bail them out, which it did. But yeah, back on the topic of Coolidge and the Great Depression, that stuff. A couple years prior to the Great Depression, there was actually a stock market crash, but it fixed itself in like about a year because the government was not involved. Hoover, on the other hand, tried to get the government involved to, fix the crash that became the Great Depression, and that was and FDR continued that government involvement, which really only prolonged the Great Depression. Basically, it didn't really even end until after World War II, when the government started lifting a lot of the regulations that were put in place under the New Deal, and many of those still live on today, though.
Yeah, so everything you said is horseshit. I'd recommend reading Milton Friedman's
Oh my
book
God.
on the Great Depression, and austerity measures don't actually help you get out of the depression. That's why the UK is in such dire financial straits right now. They implemented austerity measures after the 2008 financial crisis, and that's why it was so prolonged in the UK, and it wasn't prolonged in Canada. Canada recovered extremely quickly because they did the exact opposite of
Fine, you
austerity
said
measures
everything that I
and gave
said
out
was horseshit,
stimuluses.
and then you're saying that.
yeah, exactly.
Fine. You're saying everything that I said was horseshit, and then you're saying austerity measures are what prolonged, depressions and such, which is one of the things that I brought up. Government involvement just only.
What do you think
prolonged.
austerity measures are? Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking to a
Austerity
toddler.
is increase in taxes. And
He
Oh my God.
literally
reasonable.
doesn't understand what an austerity measure is.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So
You
I
said
would
it.
also, I would mention that what you mentioned was the reason that Canada did so well was because they were under a liberal prime minister, Paul Martin. And the reason that UK did so bad was because they were under a coalition government with two right-wing parties. So
Yeah, they made austerity measures. They lowered government spending. They didn't give out stimuluses, and they were in a prolonged recession. Whereas Canada, again, the government stepped in, gave out stimuluses, increased spending, and they were able to recover much quickly. So
Yeah.
no, under anarcho-capitalism, if there ever
What-
was a recession, they'd last longer
Wasn't
because there's
Milton
no
Friedman
government.
a free market economist?
Sorry?
Isn't Milton Friedman a free market economist?
No, he's not an anarcho-capitalist.
He's definitely on the.
He's not
leaning
an
in that direction.
You're thinking
anarcho-capitalist.
about his son. His son, David Freeman, is a
Yeah,
capitalist, but not Milton.
Yeah, Milton Friedman's.
Milton was,
yeah,
Milton was
he
a
wasn't.
liberal.
Yeah, I'm not saying Milton Friedman was full ANCAP, but he was definitely towards the Austrian school of economics.
Did that answer your questions, Amnesiac?
Yeah. But would Vegan Games agree with me that the reason why the 08 recession happened was because big companies made mistakes with bets? They bet wrong and they lost money, and millions of people who owed money to them, or millions of people who the company owed money to, were now in economic turmoil.
Well, yeah, that's fundamentally what happened. They were just they're just giving out loans to, like, literally anybody, and they lumped them into big securities, and the securities failed.
Yeah. Yeah, also 8-bit, I just gotta say, I think the numbers are stacked against you. I think you lost this debate.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
The Nominics?
Howdy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hey.
You can turn your mic
Hello.
up a little bit.
You need my mic up a little bit? Is that what you said?
Yeah, just like slightly.
Is that better?
Maybe talk more
Yeah.
into it.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
good.
There we go. Okay, perfect. So, my question, 8-bit, is let's say that we have your ideal society, right? We have all of the land in the world is privately owned. Everybody lives on these little tenant communities, whatever, and all the government is done through these free market systems. Now, can you tell me if the state and the government are owned by the same company on all of this land, right? They're owned by one corporate organization. How is this different than a Stalinist regime or a Marxist-Leninist regime, where a small organization of people controls the state and capital over an organization of territory under some guise of guiding principles saying like, we're not going to aggress on our people?
Well, it wouldn't be a state or government because it wouldn't be a coercive system. The problem with states and governments is that they operate through coercion. That is to say,
Right, and what prevents it from being a coercive system?
Because market forces, like other,
Market
there would be
forces?
other.
He's
Because there
he's
could be
mentioned this
competing
earlier,
for-
and then
Would you stop interrupting me? I'm trying to explain this, and you keep interrupting.
you don't
me.
need to explain.
Jesus
You've said
Christ,
this
shut the
earlier,
fuck
and
up.
we completely deflated
Holy
that
shit.
argument.
Oh my god, Taco!
He
Can you
keeps
mute
saying
him?
the same thing over
When
and
I-
over
can you
again.
mute him when I'm asking a question?
So
He keeps
let-
interrupting me.
Let 8-bit go real fast, and then you can
Yeah.
jump in.
Oh my god! Holy shit. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. Let's see, where was I?
You're
While
talking
you're
about how you like
thinking,
having sex with your mom.
Let's just be
You were
fair.
talking about how markets
hang
are
on.
going to incentivize people
wait,
not
wait,
to
wait,
buy
what?
hitmen.
Hang on. Let's just be
okay,
fair to
so-
each other.
okay. Here we go. Basically, under the free market system, you would have the ability to create competing firms that would provide the same kinds of services that
Right, so in
the
real
one
life, we've
that
had
exists
company
as.
towns, right? In real life, when company towns have popped up,
I'm
they've
not-
paid their tenants with only the funds that are usable in that company town, right? They don't pay them in US dollars or some exchange
not
rate
talking about
currency.
company
They pay them in a
towns.
currency that is only accessible in that town, right? And if you have a small group of people who can pay everybody who works in that town that amount of money, they have every market incentive to do so, and only money that's exchangeable in that town, right? They have every incentive to make sure the workers are as locked in as possible.
Not necessarily, because you basically have.
He doesn't know about coal towns.
I'm
He just
aware
doesn't
of
know.
coal towns.
He literally doesn't know.
I'm aware of those. I don't
No, he's not.
think that's.
Coal
I've
towns
heard
used to
of
have
them.
their
Would you
own
shut the fuck
currency.
up? Yeah, I'm aware of that.
He's not even aware of it.
Okay, I know
He
about
only
company towns.
mentioned it once I said it.
I've known about them. I've known about company towns.
You were just
Also,
trying
Keith
to
brought
deny it,
for-
and then when I mentioned it, you're like, "Oh yeah, I know."
What the fuck are you talking about? I never denied the existence. I'm saying like, oh my god, holy shit. This guy's just a troll.
Yeah, so we have coal
You're
towns.
just a
We've
troll.
had coal towns that created their own
just a troll.
currency.
Let's
These are
not call
company
each other
towns.
trolls.
I'm not trolling. We've had coal towns that
Yeah, you
created
are.
their own currency. These are
You've been doing
businesses
this
that
the whole
ran
time.
the town. How is that any
You've been
different than a
constantly
Stalinist,
antagonizing.
Leninist regime?
Oh my god. The system, that's not the system that like I have in mind, and that's what
Oh.
the system I had in mind is what economics brought
Yeah,
up.
that's what a lot of communists say when you mention Soviet Russia.
Oh my god. The
No,
system
but
I'm
if
describing.
you just tell everybody that this is the correct ethics, then nobody will be stupid. Nobody will be bad. Nobody will be evil if we just tell everybody. That
Yeah,
they
just
have
do
to care about
communism the right
workers,
way.
not- Exactly.
No, the system I have in mind, people are able to create competing firms that provide these security services and whatnot.
How are they going to do that when one coal company owns a huge area?
Yeah, and they can buy the
Your first-
coal company's going to have more money to buy security services than all of the workers combined.
There was actually workers who rioted against the coal companies. Coal companies got gangsters with Thompson submachine guns to shoot all the coal workers. There were massacres that involved over 50 fucking people.
Are you talking about the Pinkertons?
No, that's a private group. That's not a group of gangsters. The Pinkertons were also hired. We're talking about gangs. We're talking about literally the mafia.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, he has no
Why would
answer.
they? But why would there be incentive in
Wait,
this
what's the
fucking magic world where the government's not disincentivizing all these things? What market
Right.
forces pop up that didn't exist in the real world when you add closer to those conditions?
Sorry, what was the question again? He was talking a little bit.
Okay, where do the market forces come from, and how would they be different than when the world was closer to that, when the government wasn't disincentivizing these things, right?
See.
Like, the problem is this actually happened in history. We don't even have to hypothesize, and then he can't come up with any explanation for why this happened.
I know. It's okay. I have this conversation with Stalinists the other way around too. How are you different than an ANCAP? None of them know how to answer that. They're both the same thing. They're both just this evil right wing, like with a weird liberty aesthetic.
No.
Yeah, the two opposite
Yeah, it's
ends
just
of the
fascism.
political spectrum operate in the exact same way. They all have the same end result.
Well,
No.
I don't know if I would put it that way. I would say that there's a bunch of right wingers who all pretend to be left wingers. Libertarians pretend to be like socially left wing. Tankies pretend to be like economically left wing. But both of them are just trying to concentrate power for a small group of people.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's what I mean.
No.
It's the
No,
same
libertarians
basic
believe in
idea.
distributed power. We don't want centralized, monopolistic power.
Yes, you do.
Well,
You're
yes, you
lying.
do.
I know that.
So you're so
And
by
you
the
will
way,
say the same thing, right?
No, no,
Tankies,
no. This is
Stalinists
even
will
worse
tell me
than you
they don't
think.
want centralized power.
This
either,
is even
right? They'll tell
worse.
me they want to collectivize power. to
No,
the
no.
public.
This is even worse than you think. I can bring up the chat messages. I asked him specifically if he's against monopoly busting. He said, yes, I don't want to bust monopolies. Now he's he said that
Where did I
before the
say that?
debate. He said that before the
Where did I
debate.
say that?
Now he's claiming, oh, I'm against monopolized
Did I say that?
power. Yes, you did. I asked
Did
you
I?
directly before the debate, just to clarify, you're against any market restrictions, including monopoly busting, and you said yes.
Yeah, because it's operated by the state.
So, oh my God. I'm against monopolies, but I'm not against monopolies. Okay.
In the sense that they're created by the state, but like if you have a company
Well, they're not.
that,
There's coal
right,
towns.
if you have a
Like, what are
company
you
that,
talking about?
I mean, if they arose of natural through a free association.
Okay, so you're perfectly
I mean,
fine with coal towns,
issue.
where the coal industry owns everybody in the town, and they only pay them with the coal company's currency, so they can never leave.
I mean, if
They
that's what
can't
everyone
ever
agrees
save
to.
anything, and they can't ever go anywhere, and they're literally indentured slaves. You're in favor of that under
Okay.
your anarchist system?
If that's what everyone agreed to.
Okay.
Like why?
So
why
so
is
he
that an
supports
issue?
Leninist, Stalinist,
That's not Leninist,
little
Stalinist.
communes.
ANCAPs are neither anarchist nor capitalist. You have feudalist fascists who are lying to you
No.
through their teeth or being tricked themselves.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Anyway,
No,
Taco,
Leninists
that's been
are-
fun.
Did that
aren't
answer your questions
voluntary.
okay?
Consent back
This
on.
is voluntary.
All right. Thank you
believe in
for coming up.
voluntarism.
9K Pusher is invited up. What's going on, 9K?
Hey, how are you? Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, just a quick question for so I guess my question is in a stateless society, like what mechanism ensures the enforcement of legal rulings across competing private courts?
The what? Sorry.
Violence.
You were breaking
The
up a
answer
little
is
bit.
violence. Whoever has the most guns and
Would you-
firepower.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Yeah,
Can you ask
so
the question?
yeah, I'll provide an example, right? So all right, so like a large corporation is accused of illegally dumping toxic waste into a river and it contaminates the drinking water supply for nearby homeowners, right? And the residents take the company to court, and a private legal firm rules in favor of the residents. But instead of complying, the corporation hires a different arbitration firm, which rules in the company's favor, right? So since there's no centralized government or court system to issue a final verdict, the two arbitration firms are now in direct conflict, right? So how do we combat that? How do we, which mechanism do we have that ensures the enforcement of legal rulings across those competing private courts?
I haven't been asked that question before.
I'll answer it for you. Guns.
So-
Whoever has the most amount
my
of firepower, guns, and
Oh my God.
leverage over the other. That's how those are resolved in an anarcho-capitalist system.
I mean, clearly, I mean, like the company dumping sewage or whatever whatever pollutants into the river. I mean that's clearly damaging other people's property. I mean, it'd be very difficult to actually
So
otherwise.
we have those. So we have those two private arbitration firms, and one rules in favor of the corporation, the other rules in favor of the affected homeowners, right? So which ruling is enforced? Who enforces that ruling? And then if your answer is that private security agencies are responsible for enforcement, do they not become de facto law enforcement organizations, right? Each enforcing like their quote unquote own version of justice.
I mean, I depends on what exactly you mean by law enforcement. Like, they would enforce the ruling, sure.
So it would be a private security.
Right. So I mean,
Okay. So then I guess the last question I would have for you was that if we have two private security firms, right? One of them is hired by the residents, the affected homeowners, and the other is hired by the corporation. Does this not inevitably lead to violent enforcement disputes rather than legal resolution?
I mean, both the average person is going to want a more peaceful means of resolution. So, I mean, if you have two private security firms who are tasked with one defending and the other, enforcing, they're probably going to try to arbitrate the issue peaceably.
They've already done
before
that. Already failed. You're not even
And
following.
I'm talking about the two private security agencies.
Right.
Like-
Okay. So, do we not have like, I guess, historical precedent that precedent? I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. That suggests that private enforcers prioritize like power over justice, right? So I'll even give you an example, right? So like the Pinkertons, right, were a private detective agency in the U.S., right? And they were frequently hired by like wealthy corporations to crush strikes and suppress workers' rights, right? They used violence oftentimes, right? So like that's just, one example of like historical precedents.
Well, the
Right.
case with the Pinkertons was that the strikers actually aggressed upon them, so they actually acted in self-defense in that scenario.
Yeah, it's because they weren't getting paid. Stupid.
But the strikers attacked because they weren't getting paid?
Yes. The coal
That
company
does-
wasn't paying
that doesn't-
them.
That doesn't justify.
Oh, so so
correct.
you just get fucked under anarcho-capitalism. Too bad you don't get money.
I mean, they could have just taken their labor elsewhere.
No, they couldn't. It was a coal town, you idiot. They're supposed to go across the entire fucking United States without any fucking money?
You could have found something or created something.
Oh, right. They could have they could have found really pretty rocks by the river and sold those and made a killing.
Yeah, that's really dismissive. Yeah, nice argument.
I don't think you realize just how stupid you are. Like, everyone here thinks you're a fucking toddler. Have you noticed everyone who's come up and asked questions? They're all pointing you out as being a fucking moron? Do you wonder why I'm being dismissive
hey,
against
let's
you?
calm down just a little bit, please.
I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it personal, but I guess I'm still a little bit confused on like who exactly makes the final decision when you have those two conflicting legal, like I guess decisions. I guess
That's a
that would be
rhetorical
my-
question, by the way. It's violence. All of these disputes end up getting solved with violence, and you're too dishonest to admit that. And then you try to weasel your way out of it. Oh, well, the private security companies,
know
they
what
would
you're
just try to
talking
come
about.
up with a peaceful solution.
Well, I mean, if you were working for one, would you just be willing to be, engage in violence against some other?
Who do you think are
agency?
the type of people who work as mercenaries or private security? Yeah, they're people who are prone to violence. And if that's what you're getting paid to do, you're very likely to do it. Do you like getting paid money?
Oh my god.
So I guess like.
So why do you think people
He-
join
he-
the military, by the way? Why do you think people become mercenaries? Do you think mercenaries don't go out and kill people and risk their lives? You don't think people in the military, the Marines, the US Navy, you don't think they go and risk their lives and kill people and risk getting killed themselves? Why would anybody ever
think they go
do
into
something
the
like
military
that?
'cause they wanna
That's
kill
against
people?
rational self-interest. Please explain to me how these people exist in these fucking organizations, in these lines of work, if people aren't willing to take high risk for these sorts of jobs. So you can't weasel out of it that way. This exists in reality. This isn't hypothetical. Yes, people do high-risk labor, including private security, mercenary
Sure,
work.
and that costs a lot of money.
Your average U.S. soldier, I think, only gets paid what? Like, it's minuscule. It's like $25,000 a year for private
Yeah,
first
it's not
class.
private, though. Yeah, it's not private security.
Well, that proves my point even more. So people getting paid a meager salary are willing to go and risk their lives. So now, if you're claiming a private security company that's paying good money, they're more likely to take on higher risk. So you're only proving my point further.
Well, no, because like all our lives we're inundated with propaganda that joining the military, it's protecting your country is this noble thing. Private
You realize
security
people
agencies
committed
aren't going
warfare
to
in
have
tribal
that.
societies constantly, and it was for very little
Okay,
benefit. So
so
I
like
don't know
what?
what you're talking about. Guess what? there's about 3% of the population that is diagnosable as either being a psychopath or a sociopath, and there's probably
and very
close
few-
to 10 to 20%
very few of
who
those
have
are actually,
antisocial personality disorder traits who are willing to commit violence and are willing to take on abnormally high risks. So these people exist. There's historical precedent for this. There are high-risk jobs where people get paid very little money, and they're still willing to put themselves in these high-risk situations. So you can't weasel out of this. If there are two private security firms working for two competing organizations, there is a legal dispute that they can't resolve because there's no centralized court system. They're going to go to war, essentially. You can't weasel out of this and say, oh, well, they're just going to act in rational self-interest. Well, part of rational self-interest is getting paid. So if you want to make money and keep your job,
Look, I get
then
that
you're going to
speaking
go to
from
war.
Your own personal perspective, because you are a sociopath, and you just assume that everyone.
Yeah, that's
else
right.
is
If we
too,
lived in
and
an
that it would be,
anarcho-capitalist society, guess what I'd do to you?
Yeah. Hey, so I think there's other people in the chat who want to head up, and I don't want to take too much time, but I appreciate your guys' time. 8-bit, like,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
glad
he,
I was
he
the
thinks
first to
you're an
ask you
idiot.
that.
He knows this is going nowhere because he
Well,
knows you're a
no,
moron
I
and you're just
never-
going to keep weaseling away.
Let's
I
stop
never-
it. Let's stop it.
9K.
9K.
I never-
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming up. We
thanks.
appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate
Have a
you.
good one,
8-bit,
9K.
I'm glad I was the first one to ask you that question. I hope you can think about it a little bit.
Yeah, that was a
there's
tough
other
one.
people. Yeah, yeah, man.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Thank you, 9K. We appreciate you coming up.
And 9K,
Shadow
feel free
Crime.
to message me if you want some more. If you have more questions.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Howdy.
What's going on?
Hey, so my question is for 8-bit. There's gang violence, and there's no government to resolve disputes between gangs. And they have monopolies, they have turf, where they monopolize trade of drugs, prostitution, etc. How would you resolve, that kind of violence if you have these disputes between like gangs?
Well, I mean, like,
Here comes the double speak. Private security. Oh, wait, but private security would never engage in violence because rational self-interest. They try to resolve
Taco,
things
can you just mute
peacefully.
him?
I mean,
Sorry.
On 8-bit.
Could you just mute Vegan Gains? Like every time I'm asked a question, he has to.
No.
like, interrupt.
I'm not interrupting you so
Let's
much
try
that
it.
it's being disruptive. You're just trying to weasel away.
You're being disruptive. You are disruptive.
No, you just don't like me calling you out
Yeah,
for your bullshit. So I'm not being overly
Yeah.
disruptive where it's necessary to mute me. So say whatever stupid shit you want to say, and
Oh
then
my
I'll
God.
prove you wrong again.
Sorry. Shadow, can you repeat the question?
yeah, so gangs engage in
Yeah.
violence with one another to control,
Right.
Like drug trade, prostitution, and so on, to control various turf within like a city. There's like places like in Baltimore or LA or
Right.
where no one's allowed to go to because it's just controlled by a gang. How would you
Right.
resolve gang violence? Because they're basically operating as as de facto governments in these areas. And why wouldn't people just form a gang of that same kind? Like the private security firm could just become a gang itself.
I mean, the private security firm wouldn't become a gang, because they would ruin their reputation.
Well, by the way, you
That's why
see,
gangs were formed to begin with, because they
Oh
were
my
like,
God.
we're gonna give protection to this neighborhood. That was kind of like the origin of gangs, is like to provide protection to a neighborhood,
Yeah,
especially for
that's always.
disadvantaged minority groups, because they couldn't rely on the police. And then it eventually became this kind of thing.
well, and by the
Yeah, that's
way,
the problem.
because
Any,
some of these
government
gangs
really-
make so much money,
They always act
private
as,
security
human rights,
firms may end up working with the
organization
gang.
That,
Hey, Vegan, I'm sorry to interrupt. Please allow 8-bit to respond.
let's see. So yeah. Anyway, like that's kind of how all governments form, is that they purport themselves to be some sort of human rights organization, but they ultimately operate as a protection racket. But basically, you basically would have the freedom to exercise your property rights. If they are trespassing, you should have the right. You'll have the right to kick them off, and if necessary, use force in order to do that. Because if the territory they're operating on, it's not territory they actually own. So yeah.
Like, there's so many problems with that. First of all, you haven't actually established any kind of coherent way in which property ownership works, because there's no government. Property ownership is determined by who is most willing to commit violence to protect the property under anarcho-capitalism. Secondly, I love how the solution... Oh, look who's interrupting me now. So I love how the solution is to deal with gangs is, go to war with the gangs. If there's a gang of 50 people, yeah, just take out your shotgun and go to war with the gangs. And then you could mention private security. If the gang makes more money than the private security might work with a fucking gang and fuck you over. This happens with the police force. That's why there's so much corruption within the police force working with some of these cartels, because the cartels are able to pay them more money. So again, there's no solution to this under anarcho-capitalism.
How does the government solve this problem?
Yeah, it's because these are large agencies that investigate themselves. If somebody within these agencies is found to be corrupt, they can end up being imprisoned. Under anarcho-capitalism, that would never happen.
Solving this problem. Why is it? Well, these are problems that exist under the current government. Why? Why?
No, not to the extent they would under anarcho-capitalism.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, look at Mexico.
Mexico has a government. They're not ANCAP.
Yeah, they have a much smaller, much less powerful government. You can also just look in all of human history. Again, tribal societies, tribal warfare. You can look at empires like the Mongolian Empire. Like there are societies that have existed with very small governments that were not very centralized, highly dispersed, and you see massive you see many small criminal organizations operating across a wide area because there's no government to stop them.
Who should you be able to lock in a cage for not paying taxes?
Yeah, well, guess what? That's preferable than having to have shootouts with the fucking cartel. That's preferable to having shootouts with the cartel.
Who should you be able to
not to
lock in a cage
overtalk
for not
each
paying
other.
taxes?
You both have great points you're trying to make. Let's try to...
No. He does not have a great point he's trying to make.
Not paying taxes. No, don't evade this. Who should you be able to lock in a cage for not paying taxes? Answer me that right now.
Okay, well, what are you going to do when a gang says you owe us protection money?
You're evading. Stop
yeah, guess
evading.
what? Taxes exist under anarcho-capitalism. If a gang says you owe us protection money, you have to pay us $100 each week.
No, they don't.
What are you going to do?
You're evading.
What are you going to do?
You're evading.
No, I'm not. What are you going to do?
You're evading. Yes, you are.
Would you rather have to pay criminals and gangsters protection money, or would you rather pay taxes?
What are you afraid of?
Guys, this is not another cross exam. Let's allow.
Guess what? I acknowledge.
Did this answer your question? Okay.
No. Listen, I acknowledge that there are issues with paying taxes, but you are giving up liberties when you pay taxes. The point is, you're giving up fewer liberties paying taxes than you do not paying taxes. It's just whether one is better than the other.
You're not answering the question. Taxes aren't the fucking issue. Who should you be able to lock into a cage for not paying taxes, Vegan Gains? Who?
What do you mean? If you don't pay your taxes,
should you be allowed to?
I don't understand the question.
For not paying you taxes?
Can you clarify the question?
Should you be allowed to lock people up in cages for not paying you?
Yes. Yes, because more violence ends up being committed if you don't get people to pay taxes.
Holy shit.
All right, so we have Tree Man.
Tell me, would you rather pay criminal organizations like the cartel protection money, or would you rather pay the government taxes?
You're appealing to consequences.
Would you
as an
rather
individual. I'm
pay
talking about you as an
protection money,
individual,
or
not-
would you
I'm not
rather
talking
pay
about-
taxes?
I'm not talking about.
All right, so we have I'm sorry for the mutes, guys. I love you both. I love you both, but we have Tree Man with another question. Remember, this is not another cross exam. I'm unmuting both of you. Tree Man, go ahead and state your question.
Word. Well, first of all, Vegan Gains, it would mean a lot if you accepted my friend request, but that's a side thing. The question I have for you, I guess primarily Vegan Gains, but 8-Bit can answer after if he has an interesting answer. Vegan Gains, you talked about the differences in recovery speeds between countries that had, that gave out stimulus checks and were actively involved in the recovery of their economy versus those that were not. And although I think it's true that the ones that received stimulus checks and all of that did recover faster, there's an argument to be made, I think, that they're just kind of kicking the can down the road, and we should have felt the pain in a more sustained way after 2008.
No.
What do you think of that?
No, so this is a well-established economic fact. When you have a recession or a depression, you do not want to commit austerity measures, and you want to create stimulus. The reason why giving out stimulus checks or giving out stimuluses to businesses, like recompensation packages, stuff like that, why that doesn't kick the can down the road is because, one, some of this is actually taxable income. So if you give somebody a stimulus check, that is tax. So you recover some of that money. That also causes economic growth, which again, you can tax, and it stimulates the economy, creates more tax revenue. So you're not just kicking the can down the road. It actually causes accelerated economic recovery. And again, you can see this over and over and over again. In the UK, when they imposed austerity measures, it was just a very prolonged recession, and they've never really recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. Every other country, like Canada, they recovered very quickly. They didn't just kick the can down the road.
Okay, so you don't buy the kind of Republican narrative that FDR actually extended the Great Depression by getting involved in the way he did? You think that that's wrong? You think that he earned it?
No. Republicans like to promote this no tax thing. It's just because they're all rich billionaires that don't want to pay taxes and they want to make everybody else poor. It's literally the only reason why they argue that.
Okay. Hey, Pib, what's your answer?
I think Vegan Gains believes people should be protected from the consequences of their actions. And he thinks that's going to be beneficial to society.
I wasn't the one who made unstable securities, so why should I suffer because banks did something bad?
Do you think it's beneficial to protect people from the consequences of their actions?
You're okay. So
think
first of
people
all,
learn that way?
Goldman
people learn that
Sachs and all of these other banks
think
that had
people
these
learn that way?
unstable securities,
about
they
Goldman
had to
Sachs.
pay the
You're
government
evading
back.
answering the
You
question.
idiot.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
Oh my God, he doesn't even understand what happened in the 2008 financial
evading.
crisis.
You're evading.
Yes, they got
You're evading.
they
You're evading.
they were
You're
saved
evading.
by the Federal
You're evading.
Reserve.
Vegan.
That
Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid to answer the question?
I
Vegan?
answered the question, you fucking moron. You don't know
No, you're not.
anything about the
No, you're
08
not.
financial
No, you're not.
crisis. They were saved by the Federal Reserve. They had to pay back the
Yeah.
fucking loans
Yeah.
they were given
That's my
and
point.
more. They paid back both the loan and interest on the loan. So what you're saying makes absolutely no fucking sense.
They have the government to bail them out. Like they
So
have
do
the
you,
security.
okay. So I guess banks shouldn't exist. They shouldn't loan out money. If you fuck up
Not what
with
I'm
your
saying.
finances and if you
Not
fuck
what
up
I'm
with your
saying.
finances, if you get fired and you take out a line of credit, the bank should never give you a line of credit because, oh well, even though you're paying off the loan and the interest on top of that, I'm giving you a bailout. So you're totally against the idea of credit
No, that's
or
not-
loans?
that's-
Well, that's literally what happened, stupid.
Oh my god.
He doesn't he's literally talking as if he doesn't even know any of this, and then he's blabbing. So if you have no problem with giving out individuals loans and taking out a fucking line of credit, then what the hell do you have? What's the issue with what they did with the banks, giving them fucking loans so that they wouldn't go under?
Our money. Because our money is money.
Yeah,
stolen
they paid
from
it
us.
back, stupid.
That doesn't matter. Is it okay?
Okay, so then you're against
back?
credit cards, you're against
Should I be able-
lines of credit, you're
Is it
against
okay to-
loans.
Vegan, is it okay to steal money from someone that you're gonna pay back?
They didn't
Is it
steal
okay to
money,
steal
stupid. They didn't steal money.
How do
They were taking advantage of an irregulated. They were
8-bit. This is not another cross exam.
They were taking advantage of an irregulated market. They made securities that were incredibly unstable. They failed. Then they ended up getting a bailout. Then they paid back the loans and more because of the interest. So what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. And if they didn't give the loans to these banks, the entire country would have been fucking bankrupt. Everyone would have gone fucking poor. You idiot. Would you rather everybody living in fucking poverty? Would you rather have China have a higher standard of living than the United
Making
States?
a lot of presuppositions there.
Hey, Vegan,
No,
you're
no, I'm not.
making
That's
fair
what would have
points,
happened.
But yeah, you're making fair points, but let's stop insulting people.
It's not an insult. It's a statement of fact. Okay? If I call this guy an idiot, it's a statement of fact.
I mean, you're the one who couldn't answer the question earlier. You kept it.
I answered the question.
Were your
You just
questions
didn't
answered
accept it.
appropriately?
Taco, what? I didn't hear you.
Were your questions answered appropriately?
Yeah, I think so. I have one more if it's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. So 8-bit, are you pro gold standard?
Yeah. Well, yes. I think it would be better than what we have currently. I'm down for any sort of commodity-backed monetary system. Like, I like crypto, for example. Gold is also good.
Crypto
Gold
isn't
or
backed by anything.
Crypto is the commodity.
Anyway,
So then
thank you,
money
guys.
is
I
the
appreciate it.
commodity. Any kind of money is its own commodity.
No, not
Okay, so
necessarily.
he doesn't even
Fiat
understand
is
how
backed
crypto
by
works.
nothing. You know what fiat is?
Yeah, so
know
just
what
because
fiat is?
certain cryptocurrencies are backed by some actual thing, that doesn't mean all of them are. So are you talking about a specific cryptocurrency?
I'm talking about specific cryptocurrencies, sure, but like Bitcoin or Monero, they are the commodity themselves.
You could argue that with any type of money.
No, not like
Yeah.
U.S. dollar, for example,
Yes.
because U.S. dollar is not backed by any commodity. It is not in and of itself a commodity.
It's backed by
Um,
commodities and
Does
services.
any much? No, it's not. It is.
Yes,
it can
it
be
is.
issued ad infinitum. It's not
Yes,
backed
and it's
by
back.
anything. There's nothing
How
limited.
how
There's
do you
nothing
think?
limiting
Oh
how much
my
it
god.
can be produced.
I don't like.
Do what?
Oh my god, this guy literally
Taco?
doesn't understand anything about monetary theory.
Thank you for coming up, True Man. We appreciate
on.
your time. And then we have
I got a whiz real
Velino.
quick. I got a whiz.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. What's going on, Velino?
Yeah, I have complete evidence the entire mod team are homosexual.
Okay, and then we've got Z Taco.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. I just had a question for a vegan. Do you support the monopoly on violence?
There isn't technically a monopoly on violence.
Even though the President of the United States for multiple decades have said it?
I don't really care what you say. I don't even know what you mean by that. So yeah, you can't imprison somebody as a private citizen, but you can use self-defense. You can have citizens arrests. You do have a right to protect yourself, your property. I don't know what you mean by
Okay.
monopoly on violence. Like, yeah, only the state can
Well,
imprison somebody.
because the state only exists because it is a monopoly on violence. So why do you think the monopoly on
Not
violence
really.
is just
Okay, so is
when
it-
in only the
Okay,
century
so
alone,
in an anarcho-capitalist
people
society,
get
you'd be in favor of people locking somebody in their basement infinitum. You'd
Well, no,
be fine with
you
the slave
ignored my
trade.
question. Can you please respond? Can you please?
This is an issue of what is the better option. Is anarcho-capitalism a better option than some other sort of system? It is clear that having a state having a monopoly on violence where they're the only ones who can really effectuate arrests and imprison somebody, that is clearly a better option than anarcho-capitalism where anybody can shoot anybody, anybody can do anything to anybody. If somebody like spits at me, do I get to torture them in my basement until they die? Well, that's what happens under anarcho-capitalism.
Fact right now. You have an assumption as of what you perceive the anarcho society would be, as opposed to ignoring your also.
That's what it is. That's what it would be. Again, we have historical precedent for this. We can see stateless societies. Look at any failed state. Look at like Yemen. Look at how the slave trade has opened up in Yemen because it's a completely failed
You're ignoring
state.
my question. You're gish galloping. You have to answer
No, I'm
my
not.
question.
What specific question are you asking?
Please, I'm literally saying, please, can you answer it?
I'm asking you what specific question.
Why do you think the monopoly on violence is just when in the 20th century alone, 200 plus million people, not even inside the war, have died only because of the existence of government, and all you have is the assumption that anarcho-capitalism would be worse? We have facts versus assumptions.
So
I get that your assumptions are very valid.
Okay, I can answer
Your
that.
assumptions are valid,
I can
but
answer
we have
that.
facts to
Yeah,
look
so
at
I
too.
can answer that. So there are certain societies like communism and fascist societies like Nazism that are obviously going to lead to violence. But I'm not arguing for those societies. I'm arguing for liberal democracies. So just because other societies have arisen, like Nazi societies or communist societies, that doesn't mean, oh, anarcho-capitalism is the best answer. Obviously, compared to liberal democracies, there is less violence. And again, this also doesn't answer the question, how does anarcho-capitalism prevent fascism, Nazi societies, or communist societies from starting up? We've had like we've had the coal company example where it's literally a Stalinist, Leninist society.
Don't gish gallop. I'm
not gish galloping. How am I gish galloping? I just answered your question.
I understand.
Do you know what gish galloping is?
Of course, yeah.
Shut up. Let Z-Taco explain.
Okay. Before I was thrown off by what you said. Can I get a little response as to like a little what I was saying before?
What in the fuck are you talking about? I just gave you a cogent
What
answer
was
to
I
your
answering before you cut me off and the 8-bit had the freaking
Do you have ADHD? Are you off your meds? Like,
Well, no,
I'm
you
sorry, I can't
cut
read
me
your
off,
mind,
and
okay?
8-bit moderated.
I didn't
Okay,
cut
what's
you
the
off.
question,
You
Z-Taco?
interjected while I was talking.
I was answering his question and I got cut off and I was asking.
No, I
what
was
the question
answering your
was.
question and then you
Yes,
started
you did.
talking.
Well, no, you cut me off. I'm just asking simply what the question was, please.
Okay, so, buddy, maybe you should just take ADHD meds.
Well, no, you cut me off.
Uh-huh.
It's I'm
just
telling
restate
you,
your
can you please repeat it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Because but my point is the monopoly on violence, which you have literally galloped across because you know you can't argue against it, which it's fine.
Okay, so, dude, we've seen how tribal societies, which are fundamentally anarcho-capitalist, operate. You can look at North American
those are
tribal
minimal
societies.
societies.
30% of adult men died via violent means. That is
Right.
far higher than liberal democratic
Those
societies.
are small
so if we're going
societies. What happens when you scale the societies with government?
then that's
Proven
not
history.
anarcho-capitalist. It has a government.
No, that's the argument against government as opposed to me trying to support anarcho-capitalism. Because how can you support government with that juxtaposition of what monopoly on violence is?
I'm not understanding the question.
You just ignored. I just explained it 3 times.
No, you didn't.
Why do you think a monopoly on violence is just when 200 plus million people
I
have
already
died?
answered this.
No, you haven't. You have
No,
you literally tried to drag it back to me and ignoring the question.
So, first of all, I
200
don't
plus
understand.
million people have
Okay,
died.
okay. First of all, again, if you look at tribal societies, 30% of
Again,
adult
those are
male.
smaller societies.
And now you're cutting me off, and then you're complaining about me cutting you off. Okay,
Well,
so
no, because I have to talk because
right,
you cut me
right,
off before.
right.
It's a
So I'm
game.
answering your question, but then for some reason you don't like the answer, so
Go
you
for
cut
it.
me
No, I
off. You ask the
apologize.
same
I apologize.
question. So
I
again,
apologize.
if you look at tribal societies, there is about 30% of adult male deaths are violent. I don't know if you have what is it, like 330 million and counting in the U.S. alone. I don't know if the U.S. was an anarcho-capitalist system at that scale, if the violence would be higher or lower. I don't think it's literally logistically possible to not have government systems arise, at least at like a state level, when you have a population that high and that dense. So
Don't you see the issue then?
yeah, the issue is anarcho-capitalist societies are literally impossible. The only way they can possibly exist is in tribal societies, and they ultimately end up having more violence than liberal democracies.
The problem is that anarcho-capitalist society can thrive, but government will always be a parasite that comes out underneath it. And that's literally history.
Okay,
that's
would you rather?
Don't cut me off. I'm just saying, with the U.S. limited republic, what happened with the United States being a limited republic? It's now the biggest powerhouse, arguably, in the entire world.
I don't know if you live in the United. I don't know if you live in the United States. But
I'm just saying, no, that's history. It doesn't matter where I live.
I don't
that's
know.
just history.
I don't know what history has to do with this. Would you rather live in the United
Oh,
States
you don't
right
care
now,
about history.
or would you rather live in a tribal society somewhere? There's some tribal societies that
You're
still
assuming a lot here, and that's your problem. You assume.
I'm not
and I
assuming
share
anything.
that. You
These
assume
societies
tribalism
exist.
is anarcho-capitalism.
I'm not
When
assuming
tribalism
anything. There's
branches-
historical
no,
precedent,
tribalism-
and these societies exist right now. So again,
tribalism branches into different branches, and you're only going to one side saying anarcho-capitalism is going to be tribalism, when you're ignoring what I am proposing to you. We already have the facts now.
the only
Why do you
societies that
think
were
we
fundamentally
need government when
anarcho-capitalist
it
were tribal
is already
societies.
proven to kill
There is
hundreds of millions of people in one century.
Oh my god.
1 century.
Buddy,
I have the
you're
source.
okay.
I will gladly share it. I
You're
own
making
the
a double
right to
standard.
vote.
This is a
Order
clear
before
double
it,
standard.
one at a time.
This is
I
a clear
apologize.
double standard. So one, you accuse me of only using one example of an anarcho-capitalist society, which is tribal, as an example of that leading to extreme amounts of violence, and saying, oh,
That's
well,
tribalism.
you're only using that one example. You can't even show
That's
me.
tribalism.
Shut up. You can't even show me another example of an anarcho-capitalist society existing.
What's
That's
the black
literally
and
the
gray
only
market?
historical example we have. Stop
What's the
interrupting
black
me.
and gray market?
Stop interrupting
What's
me.
the black and
Stop
gray market?
interrupting me.
What's the black and
the
gray
black market where all the drug dealers fucking sell drugs and whack
work
each other?
underneath the umbrella of the government because they can't fucking don't want.
Oh,
they
okay.
don't want
So
to work
again,
with the government standards, so they
okay.
go underground.
Tell
Vegan Gains, what is
mute
the gray market?
Zatko because he keeps fucking interrupting me.
You're interrupting me, but go ahead.
No, you're the one asking the fucking question, you idiot.
I answered.
What
it.
is a gray market?
You're the one asking me the question, and then when I give my explanation, you start talking, and then you fucking accuse me of interrupting. No,
you've been
Taco,
doing this
mute this
entire
fucking, mute both of them. Mute both of them
Okay,
because they're
guys, allow
fucking
him to
idiots.
respond, please.
All right.
Okay, so first of all, this is a double standard because when I point to an example of an anarcho-capitalist society, you use the excuse, oh, well, you're only using the example of a tribal society. As far as I know, no other examples exist. The only other technical example is black markets, which are inherently violent. And then you use the excuse, oh, but the police. Again, there's no counterfactual that you can provide. So the only society that I can use as an example is just violent societies. But then you use the excuse, oh, you're only using that one society. Then when you point to governments causing mass deaths, like Mao Zedong's China or Soviet Russia, which I think Mao Zedong killed somewhere between 40 to 60 million. Soviet Russia, it's around 20, 40 million. Well, now you're only using one example, communism or fascism. You're not, and then for some reason, when I use an example of a liberal democracy, oh, well, you get to pick and choose what government society you're picking when you're using your violent examples. when there are non-violent examples that exist, like the society we live in today. But then when I point to an anarcho-capitalist society, the only ones we know to exist are tribal. It's a double standard. So you get to pick and choose, but I can't?
No, you have a misunderstanding of the entire topic, which is very poignant right now, which is very funny. But can I make my point now?
Yeah, sure.
So, like how you have also gish galloped and gone over.
You don't even know what
multiple
gish
times.
galloping is. You're an idiot.
Stop interrupting.
You just
Okay,
acknowledged
Taco,
what gish galloping was
Taco,
earlier.
moderator, Taco, was I gish galloping?
No. Yes, you were. You just talked for like 3+ minutes.
Let's just keep it to the topic.
No,
and be
Taco,
done with it.
was I gish galloping? I gave a cogent response to what
Is
you
this
asked.
a logical
That is
fallacy?
not
I'll go
fucking
past
gish
it. I'll
galloping.
go past it. I'll go past it. Don't matter.
I don't
have
believe
a source
so,
right
but
here.
I could be wrong. Let's just go one at a time.
I agree. All I'm saying is I have a source right here from the Hawaii University, and I don't know what you can do to debunk it. When 1 century alone, 200 plus, and I know you're going to blab and try and cut me off. I'm saying 200+ million people, not in war, have died only due to the existence of government. And you're bringing up examples of tribalism, which are very small, congested minority groups, as opposed to a government which was created to be able to spread, which we have seen with the US as an example, being a limited republic and expanding to one of the greatest powerhouses ever. It also in certain countries in the Middle East and Asia. I mean, that's his history.
Yeah,
and
so
you're ignoring the history and trying to say that tribalism this, tribalism that, as a straw man, when it literally
It's not a
that's not
straw
even
man.
what the argument is.
I've
It's a
already
straw man.
answered this. I've already answered this.
No,
Those
you
are
have
the
not.
only
You have built
societies
a straw man.
Those are the only societies that I know of that are examples of anarcho-capitalism. Secondly, I'm not
Iceland.
claiming every single government system is
Medieval
good.
Iceland.
I'm against communism. I'm against fascism. But I am pro-liberal democracies. Liberal democracies
can't-
seem to cause the least amount of violence and the most amount of societal good. And that's compared
But we
to
have facts
anarcho-capitalist
proving it
societies
wrong.
that we know of, and that's compared to communist and fascist societies we know of. It's not a
Why are
dichotomy.
you ignoring my facts?
What do you mean ignoring? What? I'm against communism.
how can
What
you
point are you trying to
justify-
make?
How can you justify 200+ million? Go
I'm
on.
not justifying it. I said I'm
You
against
are.
communism and fascism. What are you fucking talking about?
You don't even know what I've shared, because I can share in DM, but I just don't want to spam you and you block me. So I'm not trying to send you a DM of a link, but 200+ million people in the not even a war, not involved in only communism and fascism, have died in the 20th century.
Are you
And I'm
talking
asking
about?
you,
Okay.
why do you think it's just? I apologize.
Taco, you have
What
asked
deaths
a lot
are
of
you talking about
questions.
specifically?
Let's finalize it.
Yeah,
here,
what
and then
deaths
we'll
are you
move on to
talking
the
about
next.
specifically?
No problem. Yeah, we can move on.
No, what deaths are you talking about specifically?
Do you want me? Well, I've shared it, but Taco below said he wants to sort of move on, which I shared
No,
the link with
what
him.
deaths
shared
are
to
you talking about specifically? Because again, this whole topic is
I don't
about
know- do you
liberal
want me to share the link,
democracies.
Taco?
This whole topic is about liberal democracies versus anarcho-capitalism.
link.
So
Share
I
the
want to know
debate
what the
chat.
counterfactual is.
I
Where
will
are
share
these
it in
deaths coming
every
from?
chat.
Where's the chat? Just tell me where the
I
deaths
DM'd
come
you
from.
and it's in the chat.
Just tell
It's
me where the
okay.
deaths come from. I don't need to read the whole fucking paper.
There's-
Just tell me
I'm
where
not
the
gonna
deaths come
blab.
from.
I'm not going to blab. I'm just gonna
Okay,
share
so
a
you're
stat
a
and
liar.
read it when
All
you
I'm
want to.
asking you is where the deaths you're talking about are coming from. You're saying they're
Oh
not
my
from
goodness.
communism, they're not from starvation, they're not from war. Where are these 200 million deaths coming from?
Starvation you just threw in there. Starvation you have now
Yes,
just
that's
thrown
communism, you idiot.
in there. No, starvation is not inherent to communism. And
Oh, it's not inherent to communism. That's why every
It's
single
not
communist
inherent,
society
no.
has undergone starvation.
Vegan, I think you have lost supply. I think we
Where
can move on.
are the deaths coming from? I just want to know what
shared
the
source.
counterfactual is.
You can't debunk them. It's
Okay,
okay.
so
I think we need to
okay,
move on.
this guy is a fucking sophist. I'm just asking you where
You
these
have no
deaths come
sources.
from, so I understand what the
I
fucking
just told
counterfactual
you.
is.
I shared them. They're
Just
right
tell
there.
me. I don't want to read a fucking paper. Just tell
Oh,
me.
you can't click a link. I apologize. Let's
Just
move on.
fucking tell me, you idiot.
Move on. I apologize.
Kick this guy. He's
See,
wasting my
Taco
fucking time.
has
I can't
given up his
believe
time.
this.
Thank you for your
Just
time.
tell
Thank
me
you.
where the
Taco.
fucking source of the deaths are coming from.
The government.
He gave up his time. We'll pull up.
He doesn't know. He didn't read it. Clearly, he's just a fucking sophist. He just read a fucking headline, 200 million deaths, that's it. That's why he couldn't tell me. The guy is a sophist fucking liar. How in the hell can I respond to this and compare it to a fucking liberal democracy if I don't understand the counterfactual?
Damn, dude, take a
Zen
mite all.
invited you up.
Well, I don't take Zins.
I said mite all.
Zen, I invited you up.
Oh, you're tired. So, never mind.
Montera, I invited you up.
All the mods are homosexual pedophiles. I have
boy.
complete 100% screenshot evidence.
All right. Square, you know what to do.
What is up with this new
Okay.
trend?
I don't.
That's new.
I seriously have no idea. I have access to senior or whatever rank I am. Chat. I don't see any of that nonsense. Who is Galt?
Howdy.
What's
You guys hear
what's
me? Is
going
my
on?
mic working?
Yeah.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
What's up?
Okay. I had a question for 8-bit.
Yo.
Go ahead.
What do you find attractive about anarcho-capitalism? Because I find it a very attractive vision of living, personally. But like, what do you find like the core aspect about it that makes it like the right way to do things?
No coercion.
No coercion.
Yeah. It's
Is that-
voluntary
is-
society.
Because I feel like if it's no coercion, I feel like that's like a dream. I feel like that's a dream that it's not going to be coercion, but it's going to lead to a lot of coercion, a lot of violence.
Yeah, like coal towns, where they forced their workers to use the coal town currency, and then when they rebelled, they just got
Hey,
people to
Vegan
shoot them with
Kane,
machine guns.
Why do you think you should be? Do you think you should be able to lock people up in cages if they don't pay you taxes? I mean,
Oh
you
my God.
specifically as an individual.
Yes,
Hold on.
because it
'Cause
leads to
I
more
bet you-
violence. We've already gone over this. It's not a
You as a
gotcha.
person-
I've got two examples. I've
you
got
as-
two examples on my mind of where I think this shows that what it leads to, right? So in Mexico, you got the cartels. The cartels fight each other all the time, right? And if
But-
they
Hold on, John. Sometimes, like when you talk, I don't know if it's a pitch or a volume. Sometimes your microphone gets quiet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it kind of goes in and out. So.
Did you not hear what I
Sorry.
said?
Something about cartels in Mexico.
Okay, so I heard you guys already talk about the cartels. So I'll bring up a different example. So in Somalia, when the government collapsed and there was no government, it was anarchy. It was just warlords and tribes, and it led to a lot of violence. Like when the UN aid came in, it was warlords fighting over the food that they tried to give to people and stuff. And that seems like what anarcho-capitalism would be.
I haven't not too familiar with Somalia. Is that let's see, is that
Yeah, they had no government. They're
below
run by
Egypt?
warlords.
Is that below Egypt?
And
South of Egypt? Is that that country?
Yeah, it's on the right side of Africa. It's like
Right,
below.
on the water, right?
Yes.
Coastal
Yeah.
country. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. From what I understand, things were actually starting to improve for a bit, and then I think Bush got involved and stabilized things. I'm
Weird.
not
A
too
liberal
familiar with
democratic
that
society stepped in and offered aid and tried to create a stable government. Weird. So much for anarcho-capitalism.
It destabilized it and basically turned it into what it is today.
And with the Mexican cartels, it seems like they're in a flux of anarchy now. Like the Mexican government really doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure the people that work in the government work for the cartels too. So I I think the Mexican government really doesn't exist. I don't think it's a thing, really.
I mean, you could say that. You could also say that the cartels are merely an extension of the government.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
Anarchism tends to
not really
lead to governments.
Not necessarily.
So what about the alternative of if you had a government, right? You had one entity with a monopoly on force, but it had a constitution and it was under objective laws and stuff like that. What does that not seem more appealing to have like one entity that is constrained?
I mean, who's watching the Watchmen here? Because like we've tried that before, and we see that the government just
We've
grows
already gone over that. There's more checks and balances in the
People don't
bureaucratic
actually,
system than in
yeah,
a narco-capitalist system.
They don't work. We've had that. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
You look at
We
the
live in a stable
government,
society where you can walk out on the street without having to worry about getting shot. You're wealthy, you live in a house, car, but yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, we have wealth in spite of the government, not because of it.
Sure. Yeah. Remember when the US was so much more wealthy before the government was formed? Like everybody was driving in Lamborghinis, Bugattis.
Do you believe that you should be able to collect taxes from people? You specifically.
We've
as an
already gone over
individual?
this. Yes,
You
it creates
vegan
less
gains.
violence.
How does you, and I mean you specifically, vegan gains, forcing people into cages if they don't pay you taxes, how does that lead to less violence?
Okay, how does it lead to less violence to let anybody do whatever they want at any point in time?
No, you're evading the question. Vegan gains. You as an individual.
How does it lead to less violence? Well, let's see. You can fund a police force. You can fund public education, where
I'm
every
talking
single
about-
person is
no, I'm
guaranteed
talking
an
about you
education,
as
so that they can,
individual.
so that they have
I'm talking
some
about you
sort
as
of economic opportunity involving
Vegan.
education. You can fund a military force to protect yourself from both foreign and domestic threats.
Vegan.
It also transfers
Vegan.
wealth from the most elite to the middle class,
Vegan.
so middle class can
I'm
have things
asking
like
how
highways,
you-
roads.
You're not answering the question.
I'm
asking how-
literally answering
No,
your
you're not.
question. I am literally
you're not.
answering your
You're
question.
misunderstanding the
How
No, you're
fucking
not.
how
Vegan.
taxes
I'm
not
asking for
only
you- I'm asking why do you think that do you believe that you as an individual, you vegan gains, should be able to collect taxes from people?
what sense does
You.
that make? The government is what collects taxes. What do you mean? By the way, under
Should you be-
anarcho-capitalism, I could, as an individual,
you be
collect
able
taxes
to-
from people. I can hold them at gunpoint and tell them, "Hey, if you don't pay me money,
So
I'm
what
going to
makes
shoot
that
you."
right? What makes that right? What makes that right?
Has nothing to
What
do
would
with
make
whether
that
it's right or wrong. It's whether or not
What would
there's
that make
fucking
right? What would
protections
make
in the
that right?
system
What
against
would make
that.
right? You
What
think
does
that's
this
okay
have to do with right or
You think it's okay?
wrong? I can do
think
that
it's okay
under
to do-
anarcho-capitalism, can't I? Now this
think
is a
that's-
normative
Do you
debate.
think it's right or wrong? You think it's right or wrong? You think it's right to do that?
So it seems to me that, so like you said, right? America started out with the Constitution. There was no income tax before. It was a lot more free.
You realize
but eventually,
taxes fund services that benefit you, dumbass. Do you like having roads? Do you like having police? Do you like having school systems?
Hold
Yeah, we
on.
can have those privately.
Yeah, and they're
But
far more
over
expensive.
time, the Constitution has been eroded because people don't think that having no income tax was immoral. They thought rich people should pay more and stuff like that. But that underpinning, that the same reason the Constitution has been eroded, why would that not just, that same thing not happen under anarcho-capitalism, where people, if people are guided by their own self-interest, it seems like their self-interest now is to steal from people and do all these things unconstrained by any document that controls them.
I mean, it's not impossible, but I mean, like, it's really going to come down to the individuals, working together.
Oh yeah, and forming a government.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, but it seems like the government that forms under anarcho-capitalism, it could be under some, like, I know corporations have their own bylaws and stuff like that, but then it's just chance whether you're under the umbrella of that organization and stuff like
Well, I
that,
mean-
not whether you get a constitution or not that's just and right.
Well, I mean, you'd have
It's just whoever's got the biggest gun.
and you'd have freedom of choice to select a different representative or what have you, pay into a different system.
Well, why would they let you leave? Why would they let you leave? And
why would they let you in?
Well, they want you in because they want you to pay. But why would they let you leave?
Well, not necessarily.
Because it would be because sorry. Why would they let you leave? Because they it would be too costly to force you in.
Bullets are pretty cheap.
What?
Bullets are pretty cheap. You know, there's slavery before. Do you think slaves wanted to be slaves? So please explain to me how the slave trade worked. If slaves don't want to be slaves, is it?
Slavery required the government to enforce.
No, it didn't. No, it
people are
didn't. No, it
yes,
didn't.
it did.
Tribal
Yes, it
societies
did.
own
Yes, it did.
slaves, you idiot.
Oh my god. Slavery in the U.S. required government to enforce because it
You're
because
saying tribal
humans
societies never
are-
had
are-
slavery?
Humans are. You're dealing with like a commodity that is, people, and they're as intelligent as people. So it's very hard to keep them all together in one place. So
No.
they're gonna figure out ways to escape and such. Also,
Yeah, and if you create a great enough threat,
This is my last part,
oh
and
my
then
god,
you can get me out of here. But so what do you not, 8-bit? What do you not about the Constitution? Do you think it's like wrong that because in the Constitution there's no competition underneath the jurisdiction? Do you think there's something wrong with that?
I mean, it would be nice if there were like competing governments or the ability to opt out, to choose to opt out of government, jurisdiction. But really, I just don't think the Constitution has done anything to protect our rights.
I think it's done a really good job. The freedom of speech is being pretty well protected through checks and balances to
freedom
a
of
degree,
speech,
not
Second
perfectly.
Amendment, Fourth Amendment.
I mean,
Do you consider it like a use of force that the Constitution doesn't allow competition in force? Do you consider that wrong?
Yeah. Well, I don't think there should be anyone who is initiating force against other people.
Well, that's a nice idea. How are you going to enforce that?
Why don't so you think the Constitution is an initiation in itself, that it limits people's ability to use force how they think they should?
I mean, not necessarily. I'm not entirely sure. My fiance wants me to meet her cousin, so I'm let's see. I guess I'll be back in a little bit. Did I answer your question enough? I'm sorry.
I suppose. I guess. I was
Okay.
just curious.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Yeah, I'll be right back in a bit.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate you. And then we have it's like caveman.
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah.
Damn, I wanted to talk to 8-bit, but he's fucking deafened. Damn.
He probably needs to go to the bathroom real quick.
Said his
Alright, well,
fiance
I
wanted
mean-
to have him meet her cousin.
Probably more than that. It's been a little while, but
So wait, am I not gonna be able to ask my question to him? Cause like, do you think he's gonna take a minute?
Well, we could talk
Give
about
a-
how stupid he is until he comes back.
Well, I just wanted to talk about like the resource-based economy thing that somebody brought up like a few like hours ago at this point, because like it sounded like he didn't really know what that was, and I actually know a little bit about that. And
I
wanted to
don't really
present
know what that is
idea
either.
to him. All right, so it's basically the idea. It was presented by Jack Fresco. He's an American futurist who basically conceived an idea of getting away with money completely and having it just based off of resources that are
Oh.
already on Earth.
Like
because-
barter system?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
No bartering, no bartering. It's just because of the technology that we already have, we can sustain resources long enough for people to have just, abundance of resources without the need for money or like sociology, the hell is the word? You know what I'm trying to say? Sociological
That literally
downsides
sounds
to
like
it.
the
So
barter system. You're never going to convince somebody to do work for free. So like they have to
well,
get compensated in some way, and that's literally just the barter system. Oh, I want X amount of food, X amount of water, X amount of this, that, for this amount of work. So it's literally
yeah,
just
I'm
a
not
barter
sure how
system.
he presents it, but apparently it like it says specifically that it wants to do away with the barter system.
I mean, is he talking about
I'm not.
like almost
I
a
don't know.
UBI, only without money, and people are just given such and such things?
Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics about that. I just know that it says specifically that it wants to do away with barter.
Okay, it's either literally the barter system, and that's just a ridiculous cope, or he's basically talking about a UBI, only rather than it being a monetary compensation, you're just given things.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has the right to those things too, in some ways, like food, water, shelter, land. And I guess the whole point is that it wants to make sure that, all those resources become, the common heritage to all participants living in the society.
Um,
What I miss?
well, yeah, why don't you explain it to him?
Yeah, I just did. I just explained the whole thing, but I guess I'll do it
Yeah,
again.
I just got back. Sorry. I had to meet
Yeah,
my
no,
I had
it's
to meet
okay.
Matt
I just wanted to because somebody was asking earlier about a resource-based economy, and I wanted to know it, like, because apparently it seemed like you didn't really understand what that was, and I was explaining to vegan that it's a system based on the concept that like we should do away with money and that all natural resources on the earth, because we have an abundance of them, and that we have technology that can also produce an abundance of more resources for humans, that uh we should basically have a resource-based economy where all resources become the common heritage of all the inhabitants in the society, and there's no like everybody has access to food, water, shelter, basic needs that every human like should have access to in an economy, but without the need for monetary withholding of these resources.
Okay. So my problem with that is that when you have resources owned in common, um, people have no sense of ownership. So there's no, they don't feel the need to keep these things in, like, maintain them, keep them in good working order, keep them productive. Like we have an example with was it Jamestown? Um, they came here and they're going to have all their crops owned in common, and what that led to was that people didn't really have an incentive to um, be as productive as they could because they figured everyone else would be producing as well. So they had a shortage, and that led to starvation during the winter.
So that's where the technology aspect of it comes in, because I guess what it wants to use is automation and some sort of way to facilitate resources for everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had technology back then. It was very different, far more primitive, and the
Yeah,
same kind of rules
and
apply.
definitely not any kind of technology that would be able to automate certain things. Well, maybe like water consumption, but like not like we didn't have genetically modified food at that point. We didn't,
Sure.
you know what I mean? So like
Right, but technology is
certain
technology. It's a force multiplier, and all the same. Like if everything's owned in common, the same kind of rules apply. Like there's not really an incentive to maintain the equipment because everyone's going to assume, well, it's going to fall in someone else's hands, so I'm not going to bother. That kind of mentality.
Well, I would assume that in this infrastructure that like would be set in this society that there would be somebody appointed to like make sure that that stays in check.
Someone who basically like dictates who has to do work.
Yeah, because they know that if they're the ones like making the society, they would be the ones that make sure that everything is being substantiated.
How are you going how are you going to figure out who has the knowledge to decide who has to do what? Because there's
Well, we had somebody who tried to like create an infrastructure like that named Jack Fresco, but he's dead now. But his ideas are still living on through the Venus Project. If you look at the Venus Project on Google, it's a society that was started by Jack Fresco. That's where the term resource-based economy comes from, and it's basically a society that envisions a like a almost a utopian society where like everybody like has access to everything. Like basically what I was just explaining.
right. You know what the knowledge problem is?
Explain it to me.
Knowledge problem is that central planners, they don't have all the specialized knowledge that many individuals will have. They're not going to know about everything that's going on at a local level, whereas individuals do. So individuals are, at the local level are going to best be able to meet the needs of their peers than a central planner dictating for everyone. So
Yeah, on the website that I was looking at, well, the official website for the Venus Project, it actually has something about that. I didn't look too much into it because I didn't know that that's where this was gonna go down to. My bad. I should have been more prepared, but
it's fine.
I
mean,
yeah,
look at
like
me.
yeah, like I mean, maybe next time if we have like another AMA kind of thing, I can look into it and like figure that out.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I mean, based on like consider like assuming the fact that they have like a reasonable like solution for that issue, the knowledge problem.
Well,
because I'm not sure what it says on their website about it.
Right.
Because I gotta like obviously look up and like look it up. But
Well, we'll continue.
like what do you feel about how do you feel about the basic concept of a resource-based economy that I presented?
I don't.
It's disregarding the knowledge issue, I guess.
I genuinely think that individuals operating on their own accord, they know what their needs are, they know what their local community needs are. They're gonna best be able to figure out what to produce and bring to market. There's also the private ownership is also important because people generally they want to improve their status, their their comfort, whatever you want to call it, basically because that increases their survivability, the chances of survival. So that profit incentive is only really available under a system in which you are able to own property. Whereas this system, it
It's not
sounds
true.
like
There are
everything's owned.
serfs and peasants. They didn't own property,
Anyway.
and they were the ones working the land.
Yeah, it sounds like government.
Oh my god. So you're
man.
wrong.
But
Did that answer your questions appropriately, Caveman?
yeah, I stepped down. Yeah, I could talk all day about this resource-based economy thing just
Yeah.
because it's like interesting to me. It's an interesting concept to me
It feels
because I've heard about it. Funny enough, through a YouTuber, like not even a political or like economic YouTuber, just like a random streamer. But like he like, put me onto this idea about it. And so like it just kind of like made me start thinking about it when somebody came up and asked about it and y'all weren't familiar with the term.
yeah.
And so it's just because not a lot of people are familiar with Jack Fresco and all the ideas that he had, even though this guy was like he's I don't know exactly his what's the word, qualifications, but he's wrote like a lot of books and stuff like that about this, and like he had a lot of ideas that like are all presented all on pretty academic resources, and it's just not a lot of people really know about it for some reason. It's kind of like buried underneath a lot of like other economic ideas, which I understand, but like I feel like if we were to look into like a more resource-based economy, so where everybody could have access to things that a human needs to survive and substantiate life, without the need of socio or economic status, that obviously that would be almost a perfect world. And it would take a lot of work, but I can see it being possible.
Well,
But maybe I'm a dreamer. I don't know, but that's just the way I see it.
well, feel free to shoot me a DM.
Yeah,
if you
okay, I
if you
got
want
you.
to chat
Wait,
more
can I
about.
send you a friend request?
Sure.
All right, I got you.
Thank you for coming up, Caveman. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you
questions.
Nice meeting you, Caveman.
Then we've got End Animal Cruelty.
Hey,
Howdy.
my question was for 8-Bit.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering reasons why